Hi, by the end of this video, you will know exactly how to design a professional and responsive looking website right from scratch without any coding experience. My name is Kayode and I'm a web designer. In this video, I will show you how to design a professional looking website using WordPress and the powerful page builder called Elementor. Now, WordPress is a free and open source content management system that allows users to design any kind of website right from scratch. You don't even have to know how to code. If you want to design a website, it's as simple as clicking elements and dragging them into your web page. For example, you need a text on your web page. Simply click the text element and drag it into your web page. You need an image, click the image element and drag it into your web page. Whether you're a beginner or you are learning and looking to know how to design a professional website, this tutorial is for you. I'll show you exactly how to design a complete website without any hassles. Now let me show you what we'll cover in this video. First, I'll show you how to get a domain name and an hosting plan. A domain name simply means the address to your website. A domain name is instagram.com, apple.com or facebook.com. It simply means the address you want your users to put into their browser to visit your website. And what is an hosting plan? An hosting plan simply means a special computer that stores all the files on your website into one place, so that when someone types in your domain name into their browser, they're able to see your website live on the internet. So for your website to be live on the internet, you need an hosting plan that saves all the contents of your website. Now in this video, we are going to be purchasing a domain name and an hosting plan from Namecheap. Meanwhile, if you are just looking to follow along in this tutorial and you do not want to purchase an hosting plan just yet, I will show you exactly how to get a free domain name and a free hosting plan just so you can follow along in this tutorial. Then I will show you exactly how to install WordPress right from your control panel. And using a powerful page builder called Elementor, we are going to design this beautiful home page with this transparent looking menu items right here. And also we are going to design an about me page. We're also going to design a tutorial page which has videos so that when people click on these videos, they're able to view these videos right on your website. We're also going to design the contact me page with a form which people can always fill when they enter into your contact me page. We're also going to create a blog page and customize the blog post so that people can come to your website and read the articles right on your website. We also learn how to link buttons on our website to their respective pages so that when you click a particular button, it takes the visitors to a page and all your buttons are functional. And we also make sure that our website is tablet and mobile responsive. Now, it is not enough to have your website in the desktop view alone. We are going to make sure that your website is mobile and tablet responsive. Now, if you'd like to follow along step by step in this tutorial, I will drop all the files I'll be using to design this website right in the description. So if you want to follow along, be sure to download all the files there and you can follow every step of the way. Alright, so to purchase an hosting plan and a domain name, we are going to be using Namecheap. Alright, so I'm just going to type in the Namecheap URL, which is namecheap.com. And we are right here on namecheap.com. So I've been using Namecheap for quite a while now, and I highly recommend it if you are planning to buy an hosting plan and a domain name. It is actually budget friendly and yeah, highly recommended. All right, so first thing first, before we do anything, we are going to sign up on this website because we are a new user. And I'm going to come up here to sign up. And I'm going to fill in this form to sign up. And you can choose to turn this off or on. I'm just going to leave it on. And all right, so we have successfully created an account on Namecheap. So what we want to do now is purchase an hosting plan. And to do that, we are going to come up here, right here where you see hosting. I'm going to click on shared hosting, and the shared hosting has different plans. We have the Stellar plan, we have the Stellar Plus plan, and we have the Stellar Business plan. All right. Most of the time, the Stellar plan is actually okay for you as a small business owner. And if you would want to go up a step higher, maybe you are planning to design a robust website, you could go for the Stellar Plus or for the Stellar Business. You can see right here, we have under the Stellar plan, we have a domain name, three websites. So basically, you could create three websites with this hosting plan. What this means is that you can have three websites being hosted with this plan. And also, you can see we have 20 gig SSD. So this is the amount of space this hosting plan actually has. And 30 mailboxes. So you can create 30 emails, 30 web mails with this hosting plan. All right. Website builder and AI tools. So these are what this plan actually has to offer. We are going to be purchasing the Stellar hosting plan. All right. So to do that, we're just going to click on get started. And when you click on get started, we have the domain name connection. So we are going to get the domain name right on this website. And we are going to click on new domain name. Meanwhile, if you already have a domain name and you just want to link it to this hosting plan, you can select existing domain name, but we are starting afresh right here and we don't want to go into the advanced stuff. So we are going to get both the domain name and the hosting plan right on namecheap.com. So we're going to select new domain name and select the new purchase. So right here, you can see the hosting plan has been, we have a cost for the hosting plan, which is $22.88. All right. And that is an exemption of the domain name. Now we want to search for a domain name and see if it is available for purchase. So for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to type in the domain name I want, and that will be kayodeayidun.com. All right. So kayodeayidun.com is available, and I'm going to select Kayode Ayidun, and you can see kayodeayidun.com is $11.28 per year. So this domain name right here is going to cost $11.28 in a year. All right. Now there are free offers for this Stellar plan, which you can see are listed here. kayodeayidun.phone, kayodeayidun.host, and kayodeayidun.online. These domain names are actually free, but I do not like the extension, the TLT. So I'm just going to go for this one because it is actually what I want, and it will cost me $11.28. All right, so I'm going to select this and select connect to hosting. All right, so when you select connect to hosting, Namecheap will give you the total cost, and this cost has amounted to $34.34. All right, and that is inclusive of both the Stellar plan and the hosting name I have just purchased, which is kayodeayidun.com. All right, so I'm going to click on add to cart. And when you added this to the cart, you can choose to select auto renew for your domain name. So what this basically means is that after a year, Namecheap would automatically charge you to auto renew your domain name. That's the coyoteaedo.com. I'm just going to tick this off because I don't want to be charged without my permission. And yeah, we have domain name privacy. I'm going to leave this enabled and it is free forever. All right. And we have other options here, but I'm just going to ignore them. They're not really important. So yeah, the Stellar account, we're buying this for 1 year and this is $22.88. All right. So I think everything is in place and I'm going to click on confirm order. All right. So when you click on confirm order, you will have this form right here and you want to put in your company name. Now, these details doesn't have to be exact. You can just put in anything because this will actually show up as the owner of the domain name. So when someone is searching for the owner of a particular domain name, these are the details that would show up to them. So if you would like to keep your privacy, you might choose to just put in domain names here, whichever one works for you. And yeah, I'm going to click on continue. No thanks. All right, so they are going to show you all the details you filled in and just to make sure they are correct. So yeah, like I said, they really don't have to be accurate. So I think everything is fine here and I'm going to click on continue. All right, so we are right here on the where you have to put in your billing details. And so I'm just going to type in my card details so I can make the purchase with my credit card. All right. And again, they are going to show you everything you are trying to purchase and you want to make sure everything is in order. Just make sure you have everything set. So uh, this is kaedeayedo.com, the domain name I'm trying to purchase. And I am purchasing a Stellar hosting plan, which is going to last for a year. And yeah, I think everything is fine now. And I want to click on pay now. Okay, so I have to approve the terms and agreements. So make sure to click on this box right here and click on pay now. Okay, so the purchase was successful and it says we're delighted, thank you, and blah blah blah. So I'm just going to um get rid of this. And yeah, so we have successfully purchased the hosting plan and a domain name. So if you'd like, you could come here and download your receipt and check all the details of your purchase right there. So before we move ahead, let's talk about getting a free hosting plan and a free domain name. All right, so if you are not looking to purchase an hosting plan just yet, you don't have money, you have money constraints, or you just want to learn how to design a website, Here is how you can purchase a free domain name and also a free hosting plan, just so you can follow along in this tutorial. Let's do it.
All right, so to get a free domain name and also a free hosting, we would visit infinityfree.com. So this is a registrar that offers free hosting and a free domain name. Right, so we are on infinityfree.com. And again, first thing first, we want to register as a new user, and you want to click on register. Confirm the password, and I've read and agreed to the terms and service. Verify you are human, and you click on sign up. All right, I'm going to save this, and so it says verification link has been sent to my email, and I'm just going to go to my email now so that I can verify my account. So you can see we have the email right here. I'm going to open it up and select verify email address. So yeah, so this brings us to our account on infinityfree.com. Okay, so now we want to create, you want to click on create an account. And so normally Infinity Free is actually also an hosting and a domain registrar. So if you'd like to go for their paid subscriptions, you can see here we have their paid subscriptions. We have the Infinity Free, we have the Starter Premium, we have the Super Premium, and we have the Ultimate Premium plans. But for the sake of this tutorial, we are going for the Infinity Free plan, and this comes with 5 gig disk space, unlimited bandwidth, and unlimited hosted domains. But because it is a free um, account, you don't have access to email account, cPanel control, and some other stuffs are not available because it is a free plan. But this would be able to install WordPress, and you will be able to go live with your website. So we're just going to go for this free account, and you want to select create now. Click on verify you are human. And so here is where you put in what you would want your domain name to look like. And I'm just going to type in my name right here. And the extension is only limited to what you have here. So you cannot get uh, a .com domain extension with the Infinity Free account. So that is one of the shortcomings of having to use this free account. But we are just making use of it because for the sake of this tutorial, right? So we're just going to pick a random one. Let's go for RF, or let's choose greatsite.net. So your domain name is going to be Kayode. My domain name now will be Kayode Ayedo .great/site.net. So I'm going to click on check availability. All right, so we have a password created for us here. I'm just going to change this password to um password I'll be able to remember. So when that is done, you want to it says email consent, select I approve, and yes, you click on, and yeah, I'm going to save my password. So right now it is setting up the hosting plan and the domain name. So you just wait a few minutes. All right, so the setup is now complete, and this domain name set up now for this free Infinity hosting plan. So here you can see control panel and file manager, Softaculous installer. So to go to the back end of this hosting plan, you want to click on control panel. All right, so this will basically take you to your control panel, and you want to select it. It will bring up this important notice. You want to select I approve, and this will redirect you to your control panel. So here is the control panel of the free hosting, the Infinity free hosting plan.
So let's talk about the control panel. So the control panel is a web-based interface that allows users to control and manage their websites and hosting services right from the back end. Now, every hosting registrar has a control panel, but the interface basically looks almost the same thing. It is at the control panel that you get to install your WordPress. It is at the control panel that you get to manage your emails. For example, sometimes you see some emails, they have an extension of your website. For example, you see the name of your website.com. So if you want to create an email like that, everything like this is done on the control panel. So that's basically it about the control panel. We're going to be installing WordPress right on the control panel. Now, let's get back into the tutorial.
So the control panel is basically where you undo all the files for your website. So it is where you install web applications like WordPress and other web applications. So we are more interested in installing WordPress, and this is done with the Softaculous apps installer. All right. So now that we're here, I would want to switch back to my Namecheap's control panel. Mind you, everything you have here is also available on the Namecheap control panel. So whether you are using the free hosting or you are on Namecheap, you can as well follow along. So the most important thing is having the Softaculous app installer, which we will be installing, which we'll be using to install WordPress. All right, so I'll be switching to the Namecheap's control panel. All right, so I'm back to the Namecheap control panel. And in case you're wondering exactly how to get to your control panel from Namecheap, I'm just going to put you through. So you just go to the Namecheap website and make sure you are signed in right here. If you are not, click on the sign in button. But right now I am signed in. And you want to go to account, select dashboard, and you want to select hosting list. All right. So when you select hosting list, you see this right here, go to seal panel, and this will basically direct you to the seal panel of your hosting plan. So here is the seal panel for my Namecheap hosting plan. All right. And if you are using the free hosting plan from infinity.com, here is how you locate your cPanel. So you go to infinityfree.com, and I'm going to log into my account. I'm going to tell you to keep me logged in and verify you're human, sign in, and sign in. Okay, so here we have the account I have just created. So I'm just going to select it here, cancel this ad. Yeah, so it brings you to this page. So you want to select control panel, and this would basically direct you to the control panel of your free hosting from Infinity Free. So you can see we have the same um, layout of the cPanel as that of Namecheap, although there are some different stuff. So you can see the UI. The UI is a bit different, but most of what we need are in both of them. So this is the control panel for, here's the control panel for Infinity, and here is the control panel for Namecheap. So from here on in, I'm going to be using my Namecheap account. Meanwhile, you can go ahead and use the Infinity free account if we are on a free hosting plan. All right. So you can see right here we have the domain name which I have purchased, which is kayode.com. If we check it to see if it is live now, yes, the website is actually live, but you can see we don't have anything there yet because we haven't designed the website yet. So what we have there is just the Namecheap showing up some details right there. So this is what shows up before you do anything on your website. So let's go back to the cPanel. All right, so we want to install WordPress on our website, and to do that, we want to come to this app right here where you see Softaculous App Installer. So you click on Softaculous App Installer, and this will show some top scripts, um, web applications where we have WordPress, Joomla, and the likes of them. But we are interested in WordPress, right? And here is WordPress. So you want to click on install. All right. So here we have the installation instructions and other stuff. Here is our domain name, which we want to install WordPress on. So yes, this is kayode.com, and make sure you do not type anything into this directory, please. Do not make the mistake of typing anything here. Just leave it blank as it is. And we want to come down. Site name says my blog, and you know what? We can actually change this during the process of designing the website. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. If you feel like you could change it right from here, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to leave it as my blog and the description as my WordPress blog. All right. And here we have the admin username. Here you want to choose a username that you would remember easily. So I'm going to type in my username and also create a password for yourself. I'm going to delete the default password and I would create a password. Yeah, so it says good and that is okay. All right, so I'm going to scroll down and that should be it. So it says here that email installation details too. So if you like to get the installation details of your WordPress, you can put in your email here. I'm just going to type in my email. So in case I um need to retrieve my username or my password, everything will be sent to this email. So you could use this as a backup. All right. So I have my email here and you want to click on install. And this is actually going to install WordPress on your website. So you just wait some few seconds and voila, congratulations, the software was installed successfully. So now we have WordPress installed on our website and our website is also live. Now you can check your website by going to your domain name, which is right here, Kayode. My domain name is kayodeaido.com. And let's check what we have on the website right now. So here you can see our domain is live and this is Kayode Aido. But right now you can see the website is pretty much empty. We haven't designed anything yet. So there is nothing on the website yet. It is very blank, which we are going to work on in a bit. All right, so and here you can see it says administrative URL. So if you want to go to the back end of your website, so WordPress has a back end, and that is where you make things happen. That is where you edit your pages. That is where you make your designs and other stuffs. So this is the link to the back end of the website. And alternatively, if you want to go to the back end of your website, you just put a slash at the end of your domain name and type in wp/admin at the end of your domain name. All right, and click enter, and this would basically take you to the WordPress login page, where you would have to put in your username that you've created during the installation process and also your password. So this is why it is important to make sure that you have your username and your password handy, because if you lose them, you will not be able to access your WordPress account. So very important, keep those stuff handy. So I'm going to type in my password and click on login. And you know what, let's go back. Let's click exit launch. And yeah, so we are on the dashboard of our WordPress website. So this is the back end of your website. This is where you create pages. This is where you decide on the appearance, you choose themes, and a lot of other stuffs that we would be talking about. Even when you are posting a blog page, this is where everything happens. All right. So this is the back end of your website. While this is the front end, this is what everyone sees when they go to kayodeaedun.com or waz.com, xyz.com, whatever your website is.com. So this is the front end, and this is our back end. All right. I want to click on dismiss and dismiss all this stuff right here. We don't need all this right now because we are going to be using WordPress to design our website. So this is Namecheap trying to assist in the web design, but we actually don't need their help right now. So I want to go to plugins.
Right, so let's talk about what a plugin is in case you're wondering what a plugin is. So, simply put, a plugin is a software application that adds new features and enhances the existing ones on your WordPress website. For example, you need a new functionality on your website. You can simply use a plugin to bring up a new functionality on your website. Take, for example, you need a contact form, image galleries, or social media links on your website. You can simply use a plugin to bring up those functionalities on your website. So basically, the plugins allows new functionalities on your website. Another example is if you need a chatbot on your website, you go to some website and you see chatbots on the website where people can type and interact with customer service. Those can be done with a plugin on WordPress. So that is what a plugin is. Let's get back into the tutorial.
So right now we are on the plugin page, and we want to delete all the plugins that we are not going to be using for now. So I'm just going to select all these because I will not need them, and I'm going to leave this actually. And yeah, click on bulk action, select delete, and I'm going to click on apply. Yes, so that has deleted all those plugins we do not need. So moving ahead, we want to install a theme for our website.
Now let's talk about a WordPress theme. A WordPress theme is a collection of templates and styles and scripts that controls the look and functionality of your WordPress website. Themes can be used to define the site's layout, the color, the typography, and a lot more. So basically, the theme decides the feel and the look of your website. So let's get back into the tutorial.
And to install a theme, we go to Appearance and then select Themes. So right now we have an active theme which is called Extendable. That is the theme that is actually activated at the moment. But for this tutorial, we are going to be using a theme called Astra. And to add a new theme, you want to go to Add New Theme. And here in the search box, I'm going to type in Astra. Astra. And here is Astra. All right. So this is the theme we want to use for our website. So basically, um, like I said, this theme determines the layout of your website. So you can see there are other free themes right here, which you might want to explore on your own. But Astra is actually recommended because it's a free theme and it makes designing the website pretty much easier. Well, at least in my opinion. So you want to click on Install, and now the theme has been installed, and then you want to click on Activate. Yes. So now we have installed the Astra theme on our website. So next we want to install a page builder. So this page builder is what we would use in designing our website. So it is a plugin, and like I said, plugins are what assist you in giving functionalities to your website. So this page builder is actually called Elementor, and that is the page builder we would be using to design this website. So to install this page builder, you want to come to plugins and you click on add new plugin. The name of this page builder is Elementor. So you want to search for Elementor, and right here you can see this is Elementor right here. And this is one of the most popular page builders for WordPress. It is very efficient and straightforward, and that is why it is highly recommended. You can see it has 10 million active installations, which shows you how much installation it has gotten from people. And yeah, so we are going to be using the Elementor website builder. All right. And here you want to click on Install Now. And then you click on Activate. So basically, this has activated the Elementor page builder. So moving on, there are some settings I would want us to look into in Elementor. So on your dashboard, you come to Elementor and select Settings, and you want to scroll down, and where it says Disable Default Colors, you want to click on it, and where it says Disable Default Fonts, you want to click on it. So basically we want Elementor to inherit the colors from our theme. That is why we are doing this. And you click on Save Changes. Before we move ahead, let's see what our website looks like after installing the theme. All right. Yes, so the website is still very blank. And but if you take note of what we had before and what we have now, there's a slight difference in the layout because of the Astra theme which we have installed. So it basically shapes the website. But right now we still have a blank website. And if you look up here, you can see we have more like a menu items for the website. And this is because we are logged into the back end of our website. That is why you can see the menu items on your current Chrome window. All right. So if you are not logged in, you will not see this menu. So this is a shortcut if you want to go back to your dashboard. So you just click on dashboard and this will take you back to your dashboard. All right. I hope this is, I hope we're getting along. Moving ahead, we want to create our first page. Now, this is going to be our home page. And to do that, you want to go to pages. So here is the sample page we have. If you go to the website URL and this particular page where it says my blog, this is it right here. This is what it is named right here, sample page. But we want to have a very nice home page, and this home page is where people will land on. And to do that, we go to add new page. So when you select add new page, it brings you here, and you want to name it home page. So I'm just going to name it home page for now. We can change that later, but let's name it home page. So when you have done this, you click on publish and publish. So the page is now live. And if you want to start editing this page with Elementor, you can see where it says edit with Elementor. So to edit this page, you want to select on edit with Elementor, and this would direct you to the Elementor page builder where we get to edit our pages. All right. So we are here on the Elementor page builder, and this is what the Elementor page builder looks like. I'm just going to skip all of this, and yeah, this is the Elementor page builder. And before we move ahead, I just want us to take a quick tour of the UI of Elementor. All right, so from the top left right here, this is where you do some user preferences on Elementor. So you could basically, it has a theme builder. We're not going to look into that in this tutorial because that is some advanced stuff. And here we have history. So in the process of designing your website, Elementor automatically saves your progress, and here you will see the history of all the steps you have taken in designing your website. And if you want to take some steps backwards, you can take the steps backwards. And here we have user preferences, and in here you can set up some preferences that you want for your Elementor builder. And here you can see expand images in light boxes, but we're just going to leave everything as it is. I just want us to see what we can do with all these functionalities here. All right, so here we have keyboard shortcuts, and this will basically show you the shortcuts that are available for your Elementor builder. So if you want to undo a step, you press Ctrl Z, just like the traditional shortcuts for your PC. All right, so these are all the shortcuts. You could go through them and see which works for you. And here we have exit to WordPress. So if you want to go back to your dashboard, you could do that right here instead of putting the this slash WP dash admin. So this would also take you to your dashboard. All right. And here is where you add elements to your pages. All right. So when you click on this plus sign, it brings out the elements that can be added to your pages. So basically, Elementor is a drag and drop page builder where you just have to click an object and basically drag them into your page. All right. So if you want to put an heading on your page, you basically just click it and you drag it and place it on your page, and then you have an heading right here. But I'm still going to cancel that. And same for an image, text editor, video, buttons. So all these are the elements available in Elementor, and while designing the website, you just have to drag them and put them on your page. All right. So that is it about the elements. And here we have the structure. So this basically shows the structure of your page. And this is it here. If you are used to Photoshop or some designing software, you see the structure of your designs are in layers. All right. So this will show the layers of your website. So to buttress my point, let's drag in this element here, and you can see we dragged in a container. So this as shown here in the structure as a container. So we can see the container here, and this is actually empty. So now this is a layer on our website. Now let's add another element. I want to add an heading. So I drag the heading into the container, and now you can see the heading shows up inside the container. So if I close this, you can see it is inside of the container. So this shows the structure of all the elements on your page. Now, if I drag, let's add another element and put it outside of the container. And now you can see it is outside of this container. So we have a different container. Now, if you drag in an element, it is automatically placed inside a container. And that is why you can see this container right here. So here is this, and you can see when I click on it, it is highlighted here so that you can know which of the containers you have selected. All right. So if I select this, it shows up on the second one. Yeah. So that is it about the structure. Sometimes I can choose to close it because I don't want to use it. And if you want to use it, you basically come here and click on it, and it shows up right here. But most of the time, I don't use it. If it works for you, I mean, feel free to use it. And um, yeah, so let's move ahead. And here you can see this is where you add a page on Elementor, but we're not going to be doing that actually. Most of the time, we're going to be adding the pages at the back end in this tutorial. But you can also add a page on your Elementor. And if we add other pages already designed with Elementor, this is where you would see them. So if you want to switch to another page, this is where you switch to another page on your Elementor. All right. And here we have the page settings. So this is where you set up your page. Um, you can rename your own page here. You can select the page layout, Elementor canvas, Elementor full width, and theme. So this basically shows the settings for your page. This is also where you can change um, the margin and the padding of your page. We are still going to get into that as we progress, but that is what this settings here is all about. All right. So moving along, we have the desktop view, we have the tablet view, and we have the mobile view. So what this does is it shows you all the page structures. All right. So if you are designing for your desktop, this is where you design for the desktop. And after designing for the desktop, you want to design for the tablets. And this is where you design for the tablets. And then we have the mobile view. So this is where you design for your mobile view. So when you're designing a website, you want to make sure that your website is responsive in all devices. All right. So Elementor allows you to design for both the desktop, the tablet, and also the mobile view. All right, so this is what this toggles does. So when you are done with the desktop view, you can design for the tablet and also design for your mobile view. All right. So moving ahead, we have checklist. I'm not going to look into this, but they are really not important. And this is a search, but this is a search icon if you want to search for anything on your Elementor. I basically never use this, so we're really not going to delve into that. And this is help in case you need help from Elementor. You click on it and um, make inquiries of whatever you need. All right. And this is where you preview your page. So if you want to see what your page looks like live, you click on this eye icon and it will open a new tab and show you your live website. So while you're designing a website and you want to see what it looks like on the live website, you basically click on this eye icon and it will show you what your page looks like. All right. So here is where you publish your website, and once you make a change on your website and you want to go live, you simply click on the publish button right here, and that basically saves the changes on your website. All right. Yeah, so that is basically it about the Elementor interface. And before we start to design our website, I want us to do some settings here. We want to set up some default settings on Elementor so that designing our website will be a breeze and it will be very easy for us. All right, so now we want to go to the site settings. And under the site settings is where you set your default settings for your Elementor, like the likes of global color. So you get to choose the color you want to use for your website, and it makes it easy choosing colors while you're designing your website. And also we have global fonts, we have typography. That's where you select your text, the text you want to use on your website, and you design buttons, your images, your form fields, and your site identity, the background of your website, the layout. All right, so we are going to actually set all of this up, and yeah, we'll see how they are done. So let's select global colors. And global colors is, like I said, where you choose the colors for your website. So it makes it easy to choose colors when you are designing your website. And basically, when you want to change the colors on your website, you don't have to change them manually. And you just need to come here and change them here. And all the colors on your website will basically change. All right. That is what global colors are for. So I have some color codes here, um, which I will be using for this tutorial. And I'm just going to paste them right here. So my primary color is going to be this shade of purple, and my secondary color is going to be this shade of blue. So here is the color code. If you want to use this color code, just copy it and paste it in the color picker and you are good to go. The text color. So for the text color, I'm going to use this color code right here. So here is our text color, and for the accent color, I'm going to use this color code. All right. So, I mean, feel free to use whichever color works for you, depending on your brand. And if you want to design exactly the website I am designing in this tutorial, you can as well go ahead and use all of these colors here. All right. So you just have to copy the color codes and you are good to go. And one more thing, I want to add another color. So you just have to click on the add button, and I want to name this color white because we need a white color, all right? And there's no white here. So I'm just going to pick this white color here, and yeah. pick this white color, and that is it. So we have a white color right here, which is a custom color. So if you want to add more colors other than the default colors we have here, you can as well add them by clicking the add button right here. So when you're done with this, you want to click on save changes, and that would save the changes on your Elementor. So let's go back, and now we want to change our fonts. This is where you change your font. So I'm going to select on global font. So we have the primary font, we have the secondary font, the text font, and the accent font. And in this tutorial, we're only going to be using one font, which is Poppins. So, I mean, I'm not into the tradition of using different fonts for a website. So let's just pick the Poppins font for all of them. I'm going to select Poppins. Meanwhile, if you don't have Poppins on your system, you can as well install the Poppins font and you're good to go. Or whichever font works for you. But if you want to follow along, you can always download Poppins font from Google Fonts. All right. So the secondary color is also Poppins, and the text color, we're also going to make it Poppins. And the accent color is also going to be Poppins. Yeah. And yeah, so when you are done, you want to click on save changes, and we go back, and here we have the typography. So this is under the theme style. I'm going to select typography, and this is where you set the default fonts for the body of your website, the H1 of your website, the H2, and the H3. So H1 basically means heading 1. So these are the headings that shows up on your website, the big headings, the big text that you see on your website. Basically on the home page, the first text you see is always an H1. And then the subheadings are either H2s or H3, right? So this is where you set all the default font sizes, the colors, and the weight of all these fonts, so that you don't have to always mess around with settings when you are designing the website. So this basically makes things easier when you are designing the website. All right, so for the text body, we want to select the color for the text body, and here is the global color settings. So I'm just going to click on the global color settings here. Mind you, if you click here and you choose a random color, it will be more difficult changing the color in the future. For example, you want to change the whole color on your website. You are going to have to do it manually. But the reason why we have set the global settings earlier on is so that we can easily change the colors on our website. And if you look here, you can see these are all the colors we have selected as our global colors, and that is why they are showing up here. So for the text color, we're going to select this text color, and typography, we want to select the secondary text here as our typography for the body of the text. All right. And yeah, moving ahead, we have the text for links. So all the links on your website, how do you want them to appear? Now let's select the color. I want them to be this yellow color here. And the typography, I want them to be secondary. I think secondary is fine. And then for the H1, now every H1, we want the color to be this purple color right here. And then the text and the typography, we want to select this. And for the size, I'm going to make it 48. All right. And the font weight, I'm just going to leave it as default so that it inherits the default font weight on Wix. And for the H2, let's select this, and we're going to make it 38. Leave the rest as default. For the H3, let's make the H3 30. And for the H4, we want to make it 24. H5, we'll make it 21. And H6, we'll make it 17. So I'm leaving all these settings because they would actually inherit. But you know what? Let's go back and make sure it is Poppins. All right. So make sure this font is Poppins and H2. All right. So yeah, now we are done with the typography settings and you want to click on save. Okay. So let's go back and I want us to see if, to see the effect of the typography settings we have just made. So I'm just going to drag in the heading into this place and you can see this is heading 2 and this is the font we have chosen for it. And right here you can change the kind of heading you want. I'm going to select 1 and obviously you can see this is bigger. Now, if I select heading 2, you can see we have the black colors. The black color for heading 2, and this is happening because we forgot to change the color for the other headings. So I'm going to quickly do that and change the color for other headings in the settings. All right. And when I'm done, I will click on save changes and then we can go back and I'm going to drag in these headings here. Going to drag in more of the headings so that we will see the differences in the sizes that we've selected for each one of them, right? Yeah, so that's about it. We have 5 headings, and for heading 1, let's change this to heading 1, and you can see this is the big size. We chose font size of 48, and that is why the heading is big automatically. And this is heading 2, and this is heading 3. You can see it gets smaller. This, let's select heading 4, and we have heading 5. All right, so now we are sure that our settings, our global settings for the typography works. All right, so I'm going to get rid of all of these and let's start off fresh. All right, so we still have more settings we want to work on. Let's go back to site settings and we want to select buttons. So right here, we can set the default settings for our buttons. So this will basically be a default settings for all the buttons we have on our website. All right. So here is where you set the typography of the button. I'm going to select primary and text shadow. We're just going to leave it as it is. And for the text color, we're going to select this white color right here. The background type, I'm going to select this. So you select classic, and if you want it to be a gradient, you select gradient. But for the sake of this tutorial, we're going to be using the classic background, and you click on it. And for the color, we're going to use yellow for the color. Now, so that we can see how this actually works out while we are changing all the settings, I'm going to drag in a button. Let's just save these changes right here and click this. And you want to look for button in the elements. So here is a button. I'm just going to drag it right here. You can see it's already inherited the color we chose for it. So now let's go back and set and continue the settings of the button. All right. So here you can see we have this box saying normal. So what this means is that on a normal view, this is the settings for your button. But when you are hovering over it, you can see when I hover over the button, it actually shows the blue color. All right. So for setting that, you want to click on over, and for the over color, let's make it um we're gonna make it purple. All right. So when I hover over it, okay, sorry. I actually changed the text color for the text color. I want to make it white, and for the background, select the background right here. Select so make it purple. I'm going to select this primary color right here, and you can see when I hover over it, it is now purple. All right. And moving along, we have the border radius. We're going to select the border radius of -5. Or you know what? Let's just leave it as it is. So let's leave the border radius as 0. And the padding, we're going to leave it as it is. So let's go back to the normal button. And for the border radius here, we want to select 5. Let's make the border radius 5. And let's go back to the over. So you can see when I over it, there is no border radius. So the border radius is basically these edges. In case you're wondering what a border radius is, the edges of the button. All right. So when I over it, you can see it goes back to the sharp edges because we haven't added a border radius. So I'm going to add 5 as the border radius, and this applies to all the sides. So top, right, bottom, and left. And now when you over it, you can see we have the border radius of 5 pixel. All right. Now we want to add, when I over this button, I want to add a border to it. So it has a white border when I over it. And to do that, you want to go to border type and select solid. And for the border width, right here, we want to make it 2. And when I over it, it shows this border. You can see it has a blue border, but I want to make it white. So how do I do that? You can see where it says border color right here. I'm going to select this global icon and I'm going to choose white. And when I over it, it is white. Now you cannot see it because it is on a white background, but as we progress through the tutorial, you will take note of that. So that is it about the button, and I want to click on save changes. And I would go back by clicking this here. We want to go to the layout of the website, right? So let's select layout, and under the layout, you can see we have container padding, and we also have the content width. So we're just going to leave it as 1140. And for the container padding, we're going to make it 50. All right. So what this does is it gives space for an element on the site. Now you can see this button, when I made it 50, it actually shifted. I made it 0 and you can see it is glued up to the menu item because there is no space around it. So what this does by default is it gives space to an element wherever you place them. So it just makes things pretty tidy. All right. So by default, we want to make this 50, and you can see we have the space between here and here is 50 pixels, right? So that is what the container padding basically does. And for the gaps, we want to leave it as 20. I'm fine with that. And you want to click on save changes. And let's go back. So yeah, we are done with the settings for Elementor, and I think we are in pretty much good hands. I'm going to remove this, and that is all the settings for Elementor. So moving ahead, we are going to start designing our own page. I'm excited. I hope you are also.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you that if you're enjoying this video so far, please do well to like the video and subscribe to the channel so it can help me to create more videos like this. Now let's get back to the tutorial.
All right. So because we're going to be designing our website right from start to finish without skipping any step, it is very important that we understand how things work on Elementor so that we get a hang of it as we move on. Now, like I earlier said, these are the elements you use um, while designing your website. So if you want an heading, if you want a text, you basically click on them and you just drag them into your website. And then here we have the heading. Now, towards the left hand side here, this is where you control all the settings for an element which you have dragged into your page. Now, if I want to change this text here, I just come here and I edit it and I just type in whatever I want to type in, and it basically shows up right here. So this is how you edit the content of an element. And you can see we have the link. If you want to add a link to an element, this is where you add a link. So I'm just going to type this so we'll see it. And you can see here we have styles. So if you want to change the colors, the typography, the text stroke. So basically, this is where you style an element. You just click on style and it shows up. Now, if I want to make it center aligned, I click here. If I want to make it right aligned, I click here. If I want to make it left, I click here. And if I want to justify it, I click on justify. Here is where you change the colors, and you can see we have all the default colors we set here. I can make it this, I can make it this. So basically, this is where you style an element. Now, depending on the kind of element you have on your page, you will only have the style for it. Now you can see this style is different from the style of the text because this is actually a different element. All right. So this is an image and the styles for the image also appears here. So this is where you adjust everything that concerns this particular image. Now, if you want to select an element and you want it to show up, you can see I selected this header and then it goes to the settings of the header. So you can basically now edit it. And if I want to edit this, I just need to select it. You either select it right from this pen icon here, or you select it in the middle here, and then it takes you to the style of this particular image. And if you want to change the content, this is where you change the image. You select choose image and you can basically change the image from here. So I'm just going to select it and want to look for an image that we want to use. So I'm just going to select this image and click on open, and this would upload the image. And then I click on select. And now you can see we have this image on our website. So if I want to edit anything that concerns this image, you select it or you select this icon right here and you go to styles, and here from here you can select or edit the image as the case may be. So that is how the elements work in Elementor. And if you want to delete this section, you basically click on this icon here, this X icon, and this will get rid of the container. Okay. Now, every element also has an advanced settings, just like we have here. So I'm going to select advanced settings. And here you can see we have margin and we have padding. So margin is basically the spaces outside of an element. The spaces outside of an element is the margin, and the space inside of the element is the padding. Now, to buttress this, let me add an element. So I'm going to get rid of this, and just so we could understand the concept of padding, I'm going to add in this container, and I'll click here to review the settings of this container. Go to styles. I want to change the background, so I select this, and I'm going to select this and choose this as the background. All right. So now let's add in another element. So I'm going to add in this heading, and you want to go to style when you're changing the color. I'm going to change this color to white. All right. So now with this element selected, I'll go to advanced, and now I'm going to be selecting this element outside, not this one. So let's select this section, and let's go to the advanced. Now let's see what padding is. So here it says padding top, padding right, padding bottom, and padding left. So now padding top is the space between this element inside of the section from here to here. Now, if I say, if I type in 10, you can see it automatically applies this 10 pixels to all the sites because we have this link clicked. So once this is clicked, this is on, it links all this together, and whatever value you put here, it shows on the other side. So the right now is 3, the bottom is 3, and the left is also 3. So let's make this 50, and you can see we have 50 here, we have 50 here, and we have 50 right here. Now this text is not extended here, so we can't really tell the space, but from here to here is 50, and from here to here is 50. All right. So let's unlink this and see what happens when we change the padding top to 100. So what will happen is the space between here and this element would be increased. So I'm going to type in 100, and you can see we have 100 padding between here and here. And for the bottom, if I also put in 100, you can see we have a space of 100 from here and here. Okay, so that is what padding is all about, right? So most of the time you can always use margin and padding interchangeably as the case may be, but remember that padding is for creating spaces within an element, and margin is for creating spaces outside of an element. All right. So now let's look at how margin works. So for margin, I'm going to be using this text inside. So I'm going to select this, or you can just select this icon here, and it brings you to the settings of this heading right here. So we're on advanced, and for the margin, I want to make it let's make it 100. And you can see outside of this element here, we have this margin now 100. So from here to here is 100, from here to here is 100, and from here to here is 100. Also from here to here, from this point here will be 100. Now this is not, you can see there's a lot of space here because we don't have much text. If I decide to type in the text, now you can see from here to here is 100, from here to here is 100, and from here to here is 100. We have equal sizes in all of them. And if I unlink it here and I make the top 200, so the spaces outside of this text now from here to here is 200. All right, so let's get on to designing our home page. I'm going to cancel this, get rid of this. And from here, we want to I'll first hide the menu items first because we are not designing the menu just yet. We're going to do that when we are done designing the home page. And to do that, you want to come to the page settings and page layout. You select Elementor canvas, and that will basically hide the menu. So we will set the menu as time goes on. But for now, let's move to designing the home page. All right, so you want to click on this, select flex box, and we're going to be selecting this structure right here because this would best work for us. So I'm going to select this structure, and selecting it, you can see we have a container at the left, and we also have a container at the right. Okay, so before we move ahead, there's the settings I want us to turn on. So let's go to this Elementor logo, and I'm going to select preferences, and you want to turn on the show quick editor options. And what this does is it brings in more options right here. So when you hover over a container, you can see you can duplicate this by clicking, and it will add one more container to it. And also, if you want to delete a container, you can click the X, and you can also click the X and click X to remove the whole container in X. All right, so now let's go back, select Flexbox and select this structure. And now we have this structure here. So first we want to select a background. We want to change the background of this section. All right. So to do that, you want to click on this um icon here, edit container, and it brings you to the settings for the container. So we want to go to styles and background type. You want to select a gradient. We're going to be using a gradient background. And so for the color, um, I'll be choosing a color code, and we're just going to paste in the color code right here. And this is the color for the first gradient. And the second color, we want to make it our primary color. Yeah, so now we have the background for this section. And I want to change the background type to radial, and I want it to be at the top right. Okay, so now we have the gradient at the top right. Now we are done with the background of the element, and yeah, our website is shaping up. Now we want to add this heading text here. To do that, you click on this icon, add element, and here we have heading. I'm just going to put it in here. And by default, our heading, you can see it's purple, but we want this to actually be white. So I'm going to select this and go to style. And where you see text color, you want to change it to white. And now we have the white color. Also, we have some icons underneath here. So you want to go to add elements, and you want to look for what we call icon list. So just going to go on that search button and type in icon list. And here we have icon list. So I'm just going to drag it inside of this element here. And you can see the icon list has been added. It is actually black, so you can't see it just yet. Well, we're going to set all this up. And also we have a button. If you look at it here, we have a button. So you want to go to add element, and I'm going to look for button. You can see here is button. So I'm just going to click and drag it into this container. And here we have our button. Now let's edit this section. Or just before we do that, we have an image here. So let's put in an image right here. So you want to go to add element, and you can see we have image here. So you just click, drag it, and drop it in here. you can see how easy it is to work with the Elementor page builder. And now we have the image here. So you want to come here, choose image, and I'm going to upload my image. Select this, and here is the image. I'll be dropping the link for all the images I'll be using in this tutorial. So if you want to use the exact images, you can feel free to check the description and get all the images so you can follow along. So the image is uploaded and you want to click on select, and this basically brings the image to our page. So our website is shaping up and this is what we have, but it looks very ugly. So we want to make this look very nice. And to do that, first we want to change the size of this heading right here. Now I want it to be a little bit bigger. So I'll go to typography and here I'll just make it 54. And yeah, I think 54 should do. And the font weight, let's make it 700. I think 700 is okay. And I'll go back to content and I want to change this to learn how to design websites for free. All right, so this looks pretty nice. And the icon list, want to make it let's change the color. um to change the color, you want to go to, you want to select icon, and for the icons, let's make them yellow. And for the lists, the text, let's make them want to make the color yellow. But you know what, I would want to reduce the opacity or change the color a bit lighter. So you can do that by doing this, and I think this is fine. And I want to type in some text here. So to change the text, you can see it says list item. I'll select this and I'm going to change this to WordPress designer. And the second list item, I want to change it to UI UX designer. And the third item, let's change it to Wix designer. Oops, that's not the spelling of designer. Wix designer. All right. Yes. So now we want to change this icon and make it all a tick mark. And to do that, you want to go to content, and here I'm going to select this, and where you see this icon, you select icon library, and I'm just going to search for to try check. Yes, so this is it right here. So I'm going to select check and click on insert. And also this one, I want to change it to check also. I want to type in check again and select this and click on insert. So yes, we have that right here. Now, moving ahead, I want to edit this text right here, and I'm going to go to um the text, and I'm going to select typography, and I want to change this to primary so that will make it bolder. And also this icon, I think we should increase the size a tad little bit. This looks fine. Let's give it a little bit of space right here by selecting this gap. And I think this is fine. Again, um, in the style, you want to give it a little bit of space between. So this creates some space between the items. And yeah, I think this works fine. And you can see our website is coming into shape. And yeah, now I want this image to come down just a little bit, and so that it is not showing the edges, my edges here, right here, the edges down here. So to do that, I want to click on the image and I want to go to advanced, and now you want to go to transform, and in the transform settings you want to go to offset. So you click on offset, and what offset does is it shifts the item for you. So this is the y-axis, and as you can see, it moves it up and it moves it down. All right, so I'm going to put in, just going to select it so that it hides the edges right here, and 90. Okay, let's make it 100. All right, so I think 100 works, and you can see now there is no space between the image and the text. Now this text is a little bit upwards. I want to bring it down. And how do we do that? I'm going to be using padding, right? So padding is going to create a space between this element here, from here downwards to here. And to do that, I'll click and select this container. I want to go to advanced and padding top. All right, so we're just going to be applying this padding to the top. So you want to unlink it right here by clicking this icon, and this will basically disrupt all the default paddings that has been set. And now I want to enter a padding value of let's say 100. So this brings it down, but I'm not okay with the 100, and let's make it 150. Yeah, I think 150 would basically be fine. And for this text, we want to, you know what, let's add more padding to the other sides of the element because they all seem shrinked up to the edges. All right, so I'm just going to add a padding of 20 to this, 20 and 20 right here. Yeah, so this gives it a little bit of breathing space. And for this button, I want it to go down a little bit. And how do we do that? Let's add a margin because I want a space between here, this element, out the outside of this element and the outside of this element. So I think the margin would work. So let's change the margin on the top to 30. Yeah, 30 seems fine. All right. Now looking at this image, my picture is floating again, but we are going to ignore that for now. Would make some changes as we progress in the tutorial. So let's change the text on this button. You can see it says click here, but we want it to say get started. All right. To do that, I'm going to select the button and you go to content, and where it says text here, I'm going to delete these and type in get started. All right. I want it to be in caps lock. So get started. Yeah. And I want an icon. I want to add up an icon. So to do that, you want to come here and select icon library, and I'm going to search for arrow. I'll type in arrow. So you select this arrow and click on insert, and yeah, we have basically changed that, and that seems pretty nice. And yeah, I'm pretty much proud of the progress we've made. I hope you are proud of yourself. So moving along, we want to design, this section right here that says 50 website, 5 years of experience. It looks pretty complicated, but I tell you, it is very easy. All right, so let's do that. So now we want to create this section. Let's get right into it. First, we want to put in an element which is named an icon box. So I'm going to go to add element and I'll search for icon box. Here it is. And before we do that, we're going to have to add the section first. So I'm going to click on the plus button and let's select Flexbox. And here we want to select this because you can see they are all moving towards the right. These elements are moving towards the right, and that's why we are going to be selecting this right here. All right, so now you want to go to add element, and I'll be searching for icon box, and this is the icon box. So I just click and drag it right here. Right now it looks very nasty, but we are going to make it look nice. So first I want to edit this text and make it say 50 plus. All right. So here I'm going to type in 50 plus, oh, 50 equals to, right, 50 plus, and the text here we want it to say websites, websites, websites. All right. So, and the icon, I want to change it to a WordPress icon. And let's go with this and select insert. So the icon, I want it to, I actually want the icon to be blue. Go to primary color and let's make it this blue. And this looks fine. And the content, I want this text to be a little bit bolder. So I'm going to go to content, title. I'm okay with the color, but let's go to font weight and select 700. I think that should about do it. So let's leave it at 700. And this text here, I want it to be a bit bolder. So under the description, I want to go to typography and let's make the font width 500. No, we'll make it 600. And I'm going to increase the font a tad little bit. And I think this should work. Let's make it 24. Yeah. So 24 looks okay, but still, we still don't have what we want. Let's look at the reference, and this is what we have here. And right now, this is still not what we want. So we want to change the background of this. And to do that, select this icon, or you just simply press anywhere, just click on anywhere, and it will bring you to the style settings here. So to give the background, you want to select this and let's go to advanced, and I'm going to scroll down to where it says background here, and you want to select classic and choose the global settings and select white. So now we can see it because it has a background of white already, but I want to scroll up And under the layout, I'm going to scroll down and I want to look for content width. All right, so here it says width and select it. And I'm going to choose custom. All right, so I'm going to put in a figure of 34. And I think 34 is fine. And I want to add a padding to it. So I'm going to unlink it first. At the top, I want a padding of 50. And at the bottom, I want a padding of 50. So this has created these spaces right here. Now you can see, let's look at the reference. You can see we have a little bit of shadow around it. So to do that, we want to, let's go to the advanced settings and you want to look for border. I'm going to click on border and here you can see it says border shadow, right? So I'm going to add a shadow and already you can see we have a shadow around it, which gives us a starting point. I'm going to enter this figure. So vertical, I'm going to make it 5 and I'm going to make this 15 and let's make this -2. I think this works. Now we have sharp edges. So I want us to add a radius to the edges here. So it gives it a curved edge. Making sure this is linked together, I'm going to type in 18 and 18 works. All right, so now you can see this is what we have and it's coming up pretty nice and I'm loving it. All right, but I think the shadow is a bit harsh and I want to reduce the opacity. So right here you can see this um transparent icon here. You want to click it and I'll just tone it down a tad little bit and I think this would work fine. Let's look at it. Yeah, so this looks pretty nice. All right. And now we have 3 other boxes to create. Now we don't have to create this right from the scratch. What we just have to do is over here and you can see the duplicate icon here. This is where it comes in handy. You want to click on it and click on it. And now we have 3 of them all lined up for us. So now here we want to change this icon to what we have on the website. So I'm going to select this by clicking this here and you want to go to the icon library and I think we have a meta. So I'm going to search for a meta and yeah, select it and insert it. So this will inherit the size and the color. You can see we don't have to start building this from the scratch. And now I want to change the text. So you come to title and I'm going to type in 5 years. 5 years. And the description, I want to change it to experience. Yes, so that is that. And for this, I want to change this icon to certified. Yeah, so this, I click on insert. I want to change this to certified. Certified. And change the description to web designer. Let's give it a space. Yeah, so now we have these icons all lined up and sitting pretty nice. And if you look at my image, it's still overlapping, but we are going to ignore that for now. Now, what we want to do is make these icons here. I want to make them overlap on my image and also on this section. How do we do that? take a wild guess. Well, I hope you guessed right. So we're going to go to transform, and you want to select on this section. So it takes us to the settings of this section. So click on it here, and we go to the advanced settings, and you want to scroll down, and here we have transform and offset. So the same thing we did to this image is what we're going to be doing to this section to bring it up here. Right, so you want to select offset, and the y-axis is how you pull this up. All right, so I think we'll go with 100. Yes, so 100 looks pretty okay, but I'm looking at this button, and I think I could still bring it up a bit. And how do we do that? You want to click on the button itself, or you click on this pen icon, and I'm going to go to the advanced, and where I said a padding of 30, I'm going to bring it back to 0. And I think this is nice. Let's reduce the offset a little bit. So to do that, you want to click on this section. It's running away. Click on this section right here, and I'm going to go back to transform, and the y-axis, you want to bring it down a little bit, and down and down. Yes. So this looks pretty okay. And now I want to move my image up a bit because it is still overlapping, although you can almost not see it, but I mean, I can see it. So I want to bring it up a bit, and I think this should work fine. Let's see. No, let's still bring it up a bit. So offset, and let's see how it looks now. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to leave it like this, and I think this would work fine. So yeah, that is how I added this to make it overlap on the first section. So moving along, we want to add the next section, and let's see what that next section is. So it says master website design and this text here. So let's see how to do that. Now let's go back and let's scroll down. And now we want to add a section. What do we do? Yeah, click on the plus sign, select Flexbox, and this section is going to be moving downwards. Let's look at it. So we have a text, and we also have a text under it. So it's going to be facing downwards. So let's select this direction column, and you want to go to add element. We have an heading, and also we have a text underneath the heading. So yeah, so the first heading says master website design. Just going to type that right here. Okay, and then the text, I have the text here, so I'm just going to copy it out from here and paste it right here. Okay, so this looks ugly. We want to centralize it. To do that, first I'm going to select this pen icon because I want to edit the heading, and you want to go to style and tell it to be centered. All right, so that basically solves that. And for this, you also do the same thing. Go to style and centered, but this is still almost covering the whole page, but we want it to, come together and not take up the whole section. And to do that, I'm going to go to advanced, and width, I'm going to select custom, and I'm going to adjust it and adjust it. And when I am happy, I'm going to um, leave it. But you can see we want it to be directly underneath the master web design. And how do you do that? You come to align self and center it. And yeah, that is how um that is done. And you know what? Let's still expand this a little bit. And I think I am happy with this. So yeah, this works fine. Our website is taking shape. And next, we want to add these three images right here and with the button and also the titles. So let's do that. Now again, we want to create a new section by clicking the plus sign, selecting the flex box. And which of these structure do you think we should use? Well, you guessed right. The direction rule, which goes to the right. Now, if you, let's take for example, you select this direction, but all of a sudden you change your mind and you want it to go to the right. Here is where you change that. So you can still come here and select this, and any element you add will basically go towards the right. All right. All right. So first, what I'm going to do is add a container, and I'm basically going to edit this container before I duplicate them, just like we did to these three guys right here. So I'm going to put in some settings right here. I'm going to make this the width, I'm going to make it 38, and the minimum height, I'm going to make it 538. Yeah, this looks okay. And now we want to add a background, right? So I'm going to add a background, and the background we want to use is going to be an image. So I'm going to select this and select upload files, select files, and here's the background I want to use. So I'm going to select open, and I'll click on select, and that will bring in the background image into the container. But right now it looks pretty much zoomed in. I'm going to adjust that by scrolling down, and where it says display size, you want to change it to cover, and this will basically bring in the image um, closer, or it will zoom out the image as the case may be. Now we want to add in an overlay, a background overlay. Now, if we look at this, you can see we have a purple background right here, and which fades away as it goes to the top right here. So we want to do that to this and make it look more nicer. So to do that, you want to scroll down, and where it says background overlay, I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to select gradient, and right here, just going to select white, but I'm going to make it transparent, right? So you can see the color. And the second color here, we're going to choose our primary color, which is purple. And that brings it up. I'm going to increase the opacity a tad little bit, and you can see we have the purple showing up right here. And I think this looks pretty okay. Need to increase it a little bit, and yeah, this looks nice. And now what we want to do is add in a border radius. So we want to get rid of these sharp edges and make it curved. And to do that, you want to go to the border. And for the radius, we're going to enter a figure of 30. So 30 pixels works fine. And yeah, that is fine. All right, so now it's time to add in the text into these images, just like we have it on our reference. And to do that, you want to go to add element, and we have an heading. So I'm going to drag in an heading here, and we also have a button. I'm going to select the button and drag it right here. Okay, so um, first we want to make this. Let's change the content and change this to tutorials, right? And we want to change the color to white. Select white, and yeah, I think this is okay. The typography, let's change the font weight to 600. Let's make it 700. All right. Now we want this text and this button. Okay, so let's change the text of this button to go to tutorials. Go to tutorials. All right. So now we want this text and this button to be aligned downwards. We don't want them hanging at the top here. And to do that, we want to select this icon here. So where it says justify content, you want to select end. And that will basically bring it to the end of the container. Now, if you want it centered, you click on centered. If you want it at the start, you click on start. So we want it at the end, and this works just fine for us. And now that we have set one of it up, we are going to be having three of them. So what do? Yeah, you guessed right. We're going to duplicate it and make them three. So select this, duplicate, and select this and make a duplicate. And now we have the three icons, but now we need to edit them and change the text to whatever we want. So I'm just going to do that quickly and change the images. All right, so now we have this section completed and our website is taking good shape. All right, now let's move ahead. Now we want to design this section and let's do that. So right here, we're going to be creating another section by clicking the plus sign, select Flexbox, and looking at this, you can see this is structured into two columns or two containers. We have an image and we have this text and all of this right here at towards the right. All right. So I'm going to be selecting this particular structure here. So it's going to be two structures right here. And the first one, we have the image. So I'm going to go to add element and I'm going to drag in an image into it. Or you know what? Let's get rid of the image first. And what I'm going to be doing is I will just add the image as a background of this container. All right. So that's another different way of doing things. So the thing with WordPress is there are different ways of achieving the same result. So in this case, I want us to make this image the background of this particular container. And to do that, I'm just going to select this and I'll go to style, and for the background, I'm going to select classic and choose an image. All right. So I'm going to upload this image. And here's the image I'll be using. So I click on open and I'll select this. Yeah. So um, this will bring up the image, but you can see it looks weird. We're going to make sure it looks okay. So to do that, first you want to scroll down and where it says display size, select cover, and yeah, it zooms the object out, but still, we still need to set some things up. So I want to go to the layout and make sure this is in 50, and so the width is 50 and we want to leave it as 50. And for now we could adjust the height, but I want us to add in this text here, because the amount of text we add here will actually determine how much of this image shows. And as we progress, if it doesn't show the whole image, we are going to adjust it. I know what I'm saying doesn't make sense to you yet, but I'll show you as we progress. All right, so the other section here, we want to add this text about Coyote and some text and a button right here. Okay, to do that, first I'm going to go to add element, and first we have a text, and then we have an heading. So just drag it, and when you see the sign, I'm going to release it, and as you can see, it is revealing the images just as I am dropping um these elements right there. And that was what I was trying to explain. And also we still have a paragraph that we want to add, so I'm just going to click and drag it, and I'll release it. Here you can see the whole image is showing, but we need to change this text and put in what we want there. So here I'm going to type in um the face of case tag. These are just random text. If you're following along, you can as well use the same text and make sure we're on the same page. All right, and this second text would say about Coyote, and the top text here, I think I have it here, so I'm just going to copy this out, and I'm going to paste it here. Right. All right, so now you can see what I was saying. The image is now in full width, but we don't have things well aligned here. So we're going to make it look nicer and make it work for us. So first, we want to give this container a padding, and I'm going to give it a padding of 17 all round. And then for the left hand side, which is here, so we want spacing between here, between the picture and the text. So that's why we're giving it a padding at the left. So I'm going to unlink it first, and I'm going to give it a padding of 81. So that will basically give it a space from here to here. And you can see we have things spaced out for us right here. And then we want to add a margin to this. So I want this to go up and be closer to this text here. So how to do that is adding a margin. So we're not adding a margin, we're removing this margin here so that it gets closer to the top. And to do that, I'm going to select this, go to the advanced settings, and I want to add a margin of minus 44. First, I was supposed to unlink this, so I'm going to put it at 0 and unlink this and put it a margin of minus 44. And you can see the text is pretty much closer to this one here. And I want to edit this text, so I'm going to click here and go to style, and under the typography, let's make it primary so that it gets a little bit bolder. And I think this is making sense. All right, so there's one more thing we need to add. We need a button down here. And how do we do that? We go to add element, and here we have the button. So I'm just going to click and drag it right here. And we want this button to say read more. So I'm going to type in read more. All right, so we have our button, and I think this looks really nice. One more thing we need to do is, we've always added curved edges to our shapes. So let's put in a border radius. And how to do that is by clicking on the column right here, and you want to go to style, and where it says border, you click on it, and let's add in a border of 30 to all the sides. And yeah, so we have our section looking pretty nice. And now I'm looking at it, and I think there's a little bit of space between the section and the section. So I want to, bring it down a tad little bit. And by doing that, I'm going to be adding a padding between this object and this object. All right. So to do that, I'm going to click this, go to the advanced settings, and I will unlink it. So when you unlink it, all the padding just goes off, and I'm going to be adding the padding to the top. Let's make this 50. No, I think I should do 100. Right. Or let's make it 120. Yes, and I think this works fine. All right, so let's look at what we have here, and this is what we have here. So this is looking pretty awesome. All right, so we're done with this section. Let's look at the next section, and the next section is what we have here. This is pretty much straightforward. Let's do that quickly. So again, you know what to do. You click on the plus sign, and you want to click on Flexbox, and we're going to be using this direction. And first we have a text, a title, and another text. So I'm going to go to add element and text, put in the text here. And also we have an heading. I'm going to click and drag it here. And again, we have a text. So you click on text and you drag it in here. And now we want to edit it and change the text. So here we have design community. So I'm just going to edit this and type in design community. And we have master web design effectively. So select this and change it right here to master web design effectively. All right. So this is looking nice. And then we have this text here. So I'm just going to copy it out from here. And I'm going to place it right here. Let's paste it here. Yes. So we have this, but it looks again, it doesn't look nice. We want to make it look nice. And first, what we need to do here is make this center, and I'm going to change the text to primary so that it gets bolder. And also we want to make this centered by clicking here, going to style and centering it. And also this should be centered like so. This is close, but still not nice. We want to change the width of this because it's taking the whole space of the website, and we don't want that. So you want to go to advanced, select width, and select custom. And here you choose how wide you want this to be. And I think this should be fine. Let's make it 2 lines. And a line, you want to make it center right. And yeah, this is close, but I want this to come down a bit. So I'm going to select this and go to advanced. And for the padding, I'm going to untick it, untick the margin, and padding top. All right, you know what? Let's make it 0 and leave it as it is. Instead, we're going to give it a space here. And to do that, we want to change the padding of this section and untick this, and let's make this 120. Yes. So 120 looks fine, but still, there's still a whole lot of space here. So, and let's change the margin. So we're going to reduce the space between this and this by changing the margin top of this master web design. So go to advanced. I'm going to untick this and let's make this minus 40. Okay, so this brings it up here to meet up with the design community. And I'm going to check this and yeah, this is nice, but I still want it to come down a bit. It's still very close to the section on top. So I'm going to make this 140 and let's see how it looks like. You know what? Let's make this 160. Yes. So 160 looks pretty okay. Now let's design the next section. So here is this next section here, and this is what it looks like. And let's dive right into it. So click on the plus sign, I beg your pardon, select Flexbox, and we want to select this layout because we have two sections, right? We have one at the right and we have one at the left. And from the right, we have an image. So I'm going to go to add element and drag in this image. And also we have a text and a heading and a text in the next section. So you go to add element, you want to drag in heading and also go back to add element, drag in a text. And then we also have a button. So I'm going to go back and drag in a button. All right. So this is shaping up nice. And now we want to change this text. I'm going to change it to, you know what? Let's make this an H3 and change this text to expert guidance. So I'm just going to copy it out here. So like so, and I'm going to paste it right here. And then we have the text. I'm going to copy this text here and select this and highlight this and paste it in. And then we want this button to say learn more, learn more. All right. So this looks okay. And now let's change the image. I'm going to select this and upload and select files. And this is the image we want to use. So I click on open and this will upload the image. All right, so now we have this image on our website and we want to still make sure things are aligned properly. So first I want to add a border radius to this image here. And to do that, I'm going to go to style and add a border radius of 30. And yeah, this looks pretty decent. And again, we want this text here to be aligned in the center of this image. So everything looks tidy. I'm going to select this container and I'll go to advanced and I'm going to untick this and make the padding at the top 130. Make the padding at the right 77, bottom 77 and left 77. All right, so now we have everything spaced out and looking pretty decent. But I want a space between the top here. the top of this section and this other section here. And to do that, I'm simply going to, or you know what, let's just leave it as it is. I think this is okay. We really don't need to add any more space to it. So next we want to create the next section, which is also an image and some text beside it. So to do that, I'm going to go to the plus sign, select Flexbox, and also select this structure right here. And at the right here, we want an image. So I'm going to click and drag in the image. And but you know what? I'm thinking of something and I think we should try something new. So I'm just going to cancel this and let's duplicate this. So I clicked on the duplicate icon and this comes down here. So instead of creating a new one, I think we could work with this by just duplicating this section and bringing it down here. But we want this text to be here and the image to be on the other side. And to do that, I'm going to click on this section and reverse this row. You can see this arrow here. So click it and this will basically reverse the text and bring the text to the image to the right and the text to your left. So instead of creating this afresh, this is a good shortcut to doing that. So what we need to do is just change the image. I'm just going to change the image now. Yeah, so the image inherits all the settings you have from the previous part, and I'm going to copy this text right here and I'm going to paste it here and also copy this and paste it right here. So yeah, this is a faster way of doing this rather than having to create it from the scratch. Now, I want to add a blue background. Let's go to the reference. You can see we have a background right here. So let's add the background, which is very much easy. To do that, just click on the section. So it brings out the settings for the section and you want to go to style, and under style, you want to go to background and select gradient, or you know what, let's use background overlay instead of the background. So you select gradient and here you want to make it white and here you want to make it our secondary color, which is blue. All right, so now we have this good looking blue background here, but we want to reduce the opacity and make it a bit lighter like so. And for this section we are going to go to styles, background overlay, and select gradient, and the first color here we're going to make it blue, and we want to change the other color to white. And now for it to blend with the section at the top, we are going to have to reduce the opacity also and make it blend with the color at the top. So I'm just going to make it 28 because we had 28 for the other side. And you can see the gradient flows into the sections, which makes it nice in my opinion. And I hope it's also nice in your opinion. But that is how to do that. And we are moving along. So um let's see what our website looks like live. So to do that, you know, I talked about it. This is where you preview your changes. So you click on this eye icon and this will show your website live and what it looks like. So this is what our website looks like so far, and it is looking beautiful and nice. Yeah, so let's go back and click on the publish icon. So this brings your website live. So once you're done designing a website or a web page, always remember to click on publish so it goes live. I'm not sure I talked about it earlier, but that's how to publish your website. So just click on publish and it goes live. But right now, we are still in the design process, so let's move along. Now we have one more section to design, which is the footer. Now again, you want to click on the plus sign and select Flexbox. And in this case, we're going to be selecting this um, container, and we want to change the background. So we're going to select this, change the background, and we're going to be using an image. Choose image, upload, select files, and here's the image we'll be using. So here is the background of our footer, and I want to choose a background overlay. Um, Select this, and I'm going to make the background overlay purple. Select this primary color, and here's where you adjust the opacity, and I think I am fine with this. All right. So in the footer, we have a text, we have a heading, a text, and a button. And you know what to do? Just go to add in the element. We're going to put in an header, and we're going to put in a text, and also we will put in a button right here. All right. We want to change the color of the text, make it white, and change this to white as well. And I'm going to change this to um, start. Okay, I think I'm just going to copy it out from here, and I'll just paste it right here. All right, and the text would say get started. All right, now we want this to be centralized. So you go to style, center, and also style and center. And the button also go to style, and under the position, you click on center, and that looks pretty nice. But I want to reduce the size of this text. I don't want it covering the whole page. So I go to advanced, width, I select custom, and I'm just going to adjust it and make it 2 line, and then align self, click center, and that looks pretty much nice. And now I want to give it I want to give this section some padding, and to do that I go to advanced, and here I want to put in these values right here. First, I think 96 will work fine. Let's make it 96, and it has everything spaced out, and things are looking pretty much tidy right here. So I'm going to click on publish, and let's preview our website. And now we have our homepage pretty much done and dusted. I am so proud of you for getting to this stage of the tutorial. This is really nice. And yeah, we have our homepage all set up.
So we are done designing the desktop view of our homepage. Now it is not enough to design the desktop view of your website. Remember, 80% of people will always visit your website right from their mobile phones. So it is important your website is responsive on every kind of devices, the desktop view, the tablet view, and the mobile view. So now let's see how you can design your website on the tablet view and also the mobile view.
And to do that, we're going to come to this icon here, which symbolizes the tablet. And I'm going to click on it, and you can see it is not looking really nice on the tablet. So we need to make sure that everything is organized here. So first, I think we should reduce this font a tad little bit. So I'm going to come here to the font size and I'm going to tone that down to 35 or thereabouts. Just leave it at 36. And now I want to bring down this image so that it comes down here. To do that, remember we actually adjusted it with the transform option. So I'm going to go to advanced and I'll go to transform and I'll select this and I'll tone this down. Now, if you look up here, you would see this icon here and it says tablet portrait. So this shows you all the options that can be corrected with on the tablet option. So if I go to the desktop view, you see it shows desktop here. So it's just a prompt to let you know you are adjusting for your desktop view. You are going to see this a lot in all the options, in all the settings here. So it's just to show you that you are editing for the tablet view or for the mobile view. All right, so let's tone this down. And I think I am happy with this. And now I want this stacked on top of each other instead of them being on a row the way they are. So to do that, I will simply click on the container option here. Click on it here and I'm going to come to this direction option and I'm going to select column vertical. So this will make them stack on top of each other. And again, I want it to spread out instead of them being at the side. First, let's make sure it is justified and centered aligned. So I'm going to select this option here and I'll click on align items center. All right, so now it is centralized. Next, I want to make sure that this box is spread out. I don't like them very small like this. To do that, I'll click on this element, go to style, I'll go to advanced, I beg your pardon, and where it says custom width, I'm going to increase it and make sure it fills the page a little bit, just like this. And I think 520 is fine. So I'm just going to copy this value so that we can as well apply it to the rest of them. So yeah, this looks nice. And I'm still going to bring up this image a bit. It looks like it is floating. So I'll go to transform and bring it up a bit. And this looks fine to me. And moving along, this looks okay. So we're just going to leave this as it is. And this is not looking nice. So also I want this to be stacked on top of each other instead of it being on a row, all right? And to do that, we're also going to select the section and change the direction to column vertical, and that will bring them on a row. And also I want to make sure that they are centralized. So I will select the section again and go to layout, and where it says align items, you click on center and that basically centers it for you. Meanwhile, I think we should still expand the boxes a little bit. To do that, just select the column, the container right here, and you want to go to layout and width. I'm just going to increase the width like so. And these items, I want it to be centralized here in the middle. And align items, you select center. All right, so this looks okay, and I'm going to repeat the same steps for the rest. All right, so we have this out of the way now, and now we'll go to the next section, and this looks pretty ugly. Again, I want it stacked on top of each other instead of it being in two columns, all right, sideways. So I'm going to select this section and change this also to vertical, and now they are stacked on top of each other, but it still looked all crammed up. So I'm going to go to layout, and you want to select align items right here under the layout. Okay, align items, and now everything is centralized, but this image still looks cut out. So we want to make sure it is in its full width. So I'm going to select this container, and I am going to increase the width a bit, and then the height, I'm going to increase it so that it shows up all of the image. All right, and I think this is okay by me. And we want to make sure that this is centralized. This is also centralized. Go to style, make sure it's in the center. And also I want this to be centralized. Okay, so this looks pretty nice. I'm going to increase the width. So select this and go to advanced, and I want to select custom, and I'm going to increase this width and make sure it's centered. All right, so I think I am fine with this, and let's make sure that this button is also aligned in the center, like so. All right, so moving on, go to the next section, and this section looks pretty okay, so we're just going to leave it like it is. I wouldn't want to focus much on the tablet version because I'm more interested in the desktop and the mobile view, right? I mean, you should always design everything nice, but for the sake of this tutorial, we're just going to um, rush everything through. And for this, I think we should bring down the image a bit. So, um, or you know what? Let's bring this up a bit. Let's bring the text. Alternatively, what we could do is make them stack on top of each other instead of sideways. I think let's leave them sideways this time around, and I'm going to untick this padding, and that will basically bring it up. But then let's increase it and give it a padding of 30, and I think this looks okay. Let's adjust the image. All right, so we're just going to leave this like this, and I'm going to apply the same settings right here. Go to advanced, and I'm going to untick this, give this a padding of 30, and link it together, and I think this is fine. All right, so our footer looks okay, so we're just going to leave it as it is. Now let's go to the mobile view without wasting much time. All right, so here is the mobile view, and we want to make sure it is also looking nice. And first, I want to reduce the font of this text also. Um, I think I'll go with this, and the space between the top and here is a bit much. So I'm going to select this container, go to advanced, and I'll cancel out this padding. So that basically brings this text up. But then I think we should still add a little bit of padding. I'm going to add 15, or let's make it um 30. So I think 30 is fine. And yeah, Now I want to drop down this button a little bit. It looks cramped up there. I'm going to go to advanced, and what do we use now? Let's use margin and margin top. We want to increase the margin top and bring the button down a bit. And this looks nice. Now we have an image, and our image is missing, so let's bring it out from where it is. I'm going to select this image right here, and I'll go to transform, offset, and bring the image up a bit and centralize this image right here, just behind this box. All right, so I want us to make this image a little bit bigger, and to do that I'm going to select the container and cancel out this padding. All right, so now the image is a bit bigger, and again I want to bring it up, so I'm going to go to transform, offset, and I'm going to try to bring it up a bit by reducing the value like so, and I think we should leave it like this. All right, so our mobile view is shaping up again. This looks fine to me, so we're just going to leave it as it is. And here, the text looks cramped up. First, I think we should reduce the font. So I'm going to leave it like so. And also, we need to give these some breathing space. They look cramped up, so I'm going to increase the width. So you go to advanced and custom width and get it increased. All right, so this looks nice. And this looks pretty much nice, but let's see if reducing the height makes it better, and I think it does. So we're just going to reduce the height like so, and it looks okay. So I'm going to copy this value, so I will apply it to the rest of them. I'm going to click here and paste the value, click here and paste the value. All right, so this looks okay, and now we are here with this image, and what we want to do is let's try adding some padding to this. I'm going to give it 20, or you know what, let's get rid of the padding entirely. All right, so I'm going to reduce this height like so, and let's play with the margin and the padding to make sure that we have what we want. So I think I'm just going to leave it like this, and we want to make sure that this is aligned to the center, and let's cancel out this padding and apply it to all sides so that things are pretty much centralized. I'm going to reduce this font. So I mean, designing for the mobile view could be tricky sometimes, so you just have to tweak all the settings and see things that works for you. All right, so 33 for this header here, and I think this is okay. I'm going to scroll down, and you can see the space between here and here is a bit much, so I'm just going to go to the padding, and you can see padding top, and then you see this sign here which says mobile portrait. So you can see everything showing up here as mobile portrait. So it means you're applying all the settings to the mobile view alone. All right, so I'm going to remove this and add padding of 32, and I'm going to reduce this font. So I'm going to select it, go to style, typography, and just make it 25, and that is okay. And these I want to increase the width so it fills up the page a little bit. So I'm going to go to advanced custom width. I'm going to increase it like so, and this looks perfect. All right. Also, I want to make sure this image is a bit bigger, so I'm going to cancel out this padding here, and now it's filling it up. And let's make this centralized. I'm going to click on it, go to style, and center it. Select this also, go to style, center it, and select the button, go to style, and center it. And I think this looks okay. Now, instead of in this next section, instead of having this text here, I want to bring up this image and have it here, so that we have this image right here before this text. To do that, I'm going to select this section, and the direction I'm going to select column vertical rather. So you select column vertical, and column vertical will change the position of the image top. All right. And now I'm going to cancel out the padding so that it fills up the whole box. So I'm going to select this container, go to advanced, and cancel out the padding. And now we have this. So I'm going to centralize this also. Yes, and now everything is centered. And last but not the least, we want to adjust the footer. So I'm going to reduce the fonts here and make it 26. I think 26 is fine. And we want to give this text some breathing space, give it some width. So you go to select the text, go to advanced and custom width. Going to increase it like so. And it can't get any much more than this because we have a lot of padding going around here. So I'm going to come to my section, go to advanced, and cancel out this padding. And let's add a padding of 50 to the whole side. So now this looks pretty much nice. All right, so we are done adjusting the mobile view, the tablet view, and the desktop view of our home page. So now everything looks organized in all layouts. All right, so now that we are done with the designing of our home page, we want to let us create the menu items. Now these are the menu items right here on the reference website we are designing. So we want to create a menu item that looks like this. So we have these menus here, and we have this button here which turns to purple when you hover. And also we are going to be putting in our logo right here. So remember we actually made the menu item disappear when we started this tutorial. So now we are going to bring them back because now it's time to design them. All right. So I'm going to go to page settings, and I would come to page layout and select let's select the default, make the page layout default. And now you can see the default menu is back up here, but this is very ugly and we want a transparent menu. This is the traditional menu, but we don't want it having a white background. We want it to be transparent. All right. To start with the designing of our menu, we will need to go to the back end of the website. That's the WordPress backend. And to do that, remember you come to a new tab and type in your URL. That's the address of your website. You want to type slash WP dash admin, right? And this is how you go back to your back end. So now I'm at the back end and you want to come to appearance and select customize. All right, so now we are here, and by default, this is what the home page of our website look like. So if I visit, let me visit the URL of my website. That's coyoteaedo.com. And by default, you can see WordPress would make the blog section your home page. So we need to change that and make sure what we've designed is our home page. The home page we've designed, we need to make it our home page. So I'll go back to customize, and you want to come to home page settings. And now where it says your home page displays, you select a static page. And from this drop down, I'm going to select home page, which is the page we designed. Now, this post page, we're going to leave it blank as it is and click on publish. So you can see now, let's go back to the website and I'm just going to reload it. And now when someone comes to this URL right here, it displays the home page we have designed. So that is it. And now back to designing the menu item. All right, so to start with, we are going to go to this header builder where it says header builder here. So you want to click on it. And from here, we want to create our primary menu first. So we need to create the menu items that we would have up here before we move ahead. All right, so I'm just going to go back to Elementor and let's publish this page first so that we could see the menu here. That's why it's not appearing here. So we need to publish this page, and I'm going to click on publish, and let's go back and I'm going to refresh here so we see how the menu looks like. Yes, so this is the menu item here, and first let's create the items right here. So we're going to create if we go back to the reference website, so we want to have about me, tutorials, tech tips, and contact me. We want to create these items. All right, I'm going to go here and you want to go to header builder and where it says primary menu, okay, select primary menu, and then it says configure menu from here. So first we want to configure the menu from here and select primary menu. So I'm going to create a new menu. All right, select create new menu, and I'm just going to name this main menu, and I'll click on next. And now you can see the items are absent because we haven't added anything yet. So I'm going to click on add item, and here I would select, so we want to have about me, tutorials, tech tips, and contact me. Right. So first I'll type in about me and you click on add. Then we have tutorials. So I'll type in tutorials and click on add. And then we have tech tips. Tech tips. And then you select add. So you can see these menu items are now being added right here. And then last but not the least, you type in about me and then you select add. So right now, when you're done adding, you want to click on publish. And as you can see, our menu items are now here, but we want this menu to be transparent. We don't want a white background. So I'll go back and go back to header builder. And where it says transparent header, you want to click on it and select enable on complete website. So now you can see our header is now transparent, but the menu item, we are going to change the colors because now it is black and it doesn't appear well on purple. All right. And these are the options. You can disable this transparent header on some pages. For now, I'm going to disable it on our post page because we are going to be designing the header for the post page separately. So you want to disable the post page, and I'm going to select a different transparent logo. Now we want our logo here instead of it saying my blog. All right. So first you need to upload your logo. Now I'll be dropping the whole link to all the images I'm using in this tutorial, like I said, so you can as well use my logo or you can create yours and add it. So I'm going to select image and go to upload files, select file, and I want to select my logo, which is this white one, and click on open. And so if you are creating your own logo, make sure the size is in this neighborhood right here. You can see mine is 1460 by 351 pixels. So it's very important not to have a very big logo if you are creating yours. So I'll select choose image, and you can see we now have our logo right here. But we don't want this, all right? So we are going to get rid of it. And I want to increase the size of my logo. So where it says logo width, I'm going to make it 228, or still increase it a little bit. I think 228 is fine. Seems it doesn't even get bigger than that for now, but we are going to work on that. All right. So that's how you add your logo. And now let's get rid of this my blog right here. And to do that, we want to go back, and you want to go to site title and logo. And here where it says site title, I'm going to change this to my name. Let's put in my name right here. So the basic idea of site title is what shows up right here. So if you go to a website, you can see where it says case tech web designer, and so this case tech right here is my site title, and then the tagline is the web designer. You can see right here on my tab. So that is the main purpose of the site title and the tagline. So here I'm going to change this to web designer and UI slash UX designer, and what else? I'm going to add creator. So just put whatever works for you, all right? And yeah, but we still have my name here, so let's get rid of this. And you can see here it says site title visibility. So this icon shows desktop, tablet, and your mobile. So I don't want them showing up on any of them, so I'm just going to click and click them off. All right, so now you can see we don't have the site title here anymore. And now let's change the colors of our menu items because they are not visible at the moment. But before we do that, we have what we call the site icon. And the site icon is this icon you see right here. Let me visit a different website. So if you go to apple.com, and you can see this icon that appears just beside the Apple statement here. That is what we call the site icon, and you can also add that to your own website. So this is how you do that. I'm going to scroll down, and where it says site icon, you want to click on it and select site icon, and I'm going to upload a site icon I have created, which is this, and I'm going to select open, and you can see the size is 1200 by 1200 pixel in case you are creating your own site icon. And I'm going to select it and skip cropping, and now we have our site icon. So you can see it appears here, and now I have my site icon right here. All right, so you want to click on publish to bring it live, to make it live. And now let's change the color of these are menu items. It's bugging me already. So to do that, let's go to header builder. We're going to go to header builder, not menus now. So header builder, and you want to go to primary menu, and here where it says design, you select it. So this is where you design your menu item. But now we want to work on the transparent menu, not the normal menu. All right. So we have the normal menu and the transparent menu, but we've enabled the transparent menu on all of the websites, except for the post page, which I clicked earlier on. So now I'll go back just so we are following along. Go to header builder, and where it says customize transparent header, you want to click on it. Or better still, you come to transparent header right here. It's still the same. All right. So I will now go to design, and now we can change the colors of our menu items here. So first I want to change the color, and where it says text slash link, I want to select this and input this X code. It's going to be F F F F F F. And guess what? F F F F is white. All right. So now we have our menu items showing up as white. But when I over it, I want it to be yellow. All right. And to do that, I'm going to where it says link, I want to make it yellow, and I'm going to be using this X code right here, which is D9B500. D9B500. I'm just going to copy it so I have it handy. And now if I over it, you can see it turns to yellow. All right. So the link is for hovering and the text is for the normal state. All right. So we don't want to put in a background because we don't want a background. Okay. And these settings here, we want to leave them for now. And if we check our reference website, we have a button right here. So let's add a button to our website. Now you can see this menu item here showing up. So this signifies the primary menu, which is this menu items here. And this is the site logo, which signifies which is the logo we have here. I beg your pardon. And if I cancel this, it basically removes the logo. If I cancel this, it's remove the menu item. So this is another place you can edit these stuffs here. So I'm just going to click on this plus sign, and I want to select button. So this will bring up the button right here. But now we want to customize this button to make it look like the one on our reference website. To do that, first let's change the settings here. We want to make the text white, just as it is. And when you over it, we still want it to be white. And the background of the text is going to be the yellow color we used for the hovering state of our menu items. just going to paste this code right here so you can copy the code. Now you can see we have the yellow button here, and when you over it, I want it to be a purple color, and I'm just going to use this X code. So I'm going to paste this X code right here, and you can see if I over it, it's now this purple color. Right. We need a border for the menu button. So if I go to you can see when I over it, there's a white line around this button, and I want that to appear on this button also. So now you can see where it says border color, normal state, and the hovering state. So I just want the white to appear on the hovering state. So I'm just going to select this white color here, and it's not showing up because we have not added a border to it yet. So we are going to do that. And to do that, you see when I over the button, you can see this pencil icon here. So it means you can click on it, and here this will bring up the settings for the button. So if you want to design the button, you come here, and these are the general settings for this button right here. And this is the visibility. If we don't want it showing up on the mobile, you just toggle this button, and also on the tablet you toggle it right here. Okay, so now we want to add this border to the button, and I'm just going to go to design, and let's add a border of 3 to 8, and that's 3. And border color, let's adjust the border color right here. I'm going to still select the white for the overstate, and let's change the border radius and reduce it to say 15. I'm going to link everything together. So uh, select 15, and that is 15. So I think this looks okay. Now let's change the text to say subscribe. All right, so I'm going to go to general and change this to subscribe. So let's get rid of this blue border that is showing up in the normal state. I'm going to come to this border color and select reload and change to black. No, we're just going to paste in, going to dial this down, make it transparent, and border color here, I'm going to turn it back to white. And when I over, you can see we have this. Now if I go to the reference website, you can see we have this effect when you over the menu item. So let's have that on our menu. So I'm going to come back here, and when you over this, you can see this pencil. So it means you can edit this menu item. So I'm going to select it, and you want to go to design, and where it says menu over style, I'm going to select zoom in. So that will basically give the website that effect. Now we can't see it in the preview mode until we go to the live website. So I'm just going to click on publish, and let's go to our website and see how that looks. So I'm going to enter my website address and click enter, and yeah, you can see we have this nice effect, and that is pretty slick. I love it. All right. So let's go back, and we need to make sure that the menu is also looking okay on our tablet and on our mobile view. To do that, we want to select this icon, and this will basically take us to the tablet view. And when you click on it, you can see this is what shows up on the tablet view. Now we want to edit it and make it a bit nicer. It's almost perfect, but we could adjust it and make it better. All right, so now I'm just going to work on the menu for the mobile view. We're going to skip the tablet for now, so we don't make this tutorial too long. And I'm just going to select the mobile view icon here. And don't worry about this text being all cramped up together. It shows up this way on the customization settings. So we're just concerned about this menu. And first, let's click on this button here, and you have the option of selecting how you want this icon to appear. And we're just going to stick with, I think I like this. So I'm going to leave this. And you want to go to design and icon color. Let's make it white so that it shows up pretty nice here. Just go back, and I think I'll go back to this one. I like this better. And here you can select the icon size. You can adjust it to whatever size you deem fit, but I'm just going to leave it at 20. And I think that is okay. Now let's click on the menu and see how it appears. Um, we have some things here we need to correct. All right. So I'm going to select on this menu item first, and I want to make some changes. So I'm going to click on this pencil icon here. And first, for the menu spacing, I'm going to add these values right here. Let's make this 11. And I'm going to unclick this so that I can put in the values separately. Put 0 to the right and 18 to the bottom and 37. All right, so now we have some breathing space for this menu items. All right, and for the margin, I want to unclick this and put in minus 32. Or you know what, let's leave it at 0. I think this is pretty much okay. So now we have this there are some pages that are not supposed to be here. We need to get rid of them. So I'm going to select this again, go to general, and okay, let's add a divider. I'm going to tick this, and you can see we have these lines now here, which is separating the menu items. And to get rid of the unnecessary menu items here, I'm going to go to configure menu, and from here I want to select edit menu. So just so we have the same menu items that we have right here, just so we have the same showing up here, you want to make sure that the off canvas menu is ticked. So I'm going to select this, and let's check it again. And now you can see we have the menu items here also appearing here. So right now I want to move this menu item upwards and put the about me up here so that it comes first. And yeah, so you can see we now have our menu items all set up and looking perfect. All right, so that is how to set up the menu for the mobile. And now we also have our menu all set for the desktop version. So I'm going to publish this, and now if you check your mobile and your desktop version, everything should be looking just as perfect as we have it here. And now we want to work on the menu items here. We want to work on the pages. We would want to create each pages and make sure they are all functioning.
It is time to design the About Me page. Now, in this About Me page, we are going to have an header and also some sections in the page, some sections talking about me and what I basically do. And let's do that.
Now, if we check our About Us page, the About Me page, we would see that it is still very blank and there is nothing in there. So we are going to design the About Me page right now. And first, we want to go to the back end of our website, and you want to type in wp/admin. That takes you to the back end, and we want to go to pages, and we are going to locate the home page, which is this one, and you want to select edit. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. We are now working on the About Me page, and if you see it here, we have two of them. So I'm just going to trash one, and yeah. So you want to click on edit and then edit with Elementor. And now this is the About Me page, and we can start editing. So first, we want to add a section at the top of the About Me page, and I will select Flexbox, and we are going to be using two columns. So let's select two columns. And first, we would change the background. So let me select this section here, and I'm going to style and select gradient, and you want to um, use this color. So I'm going to paste in this color code right here. And, and the second color, we want to make that our primary color. And for the type, I'm going to go for radial and go for top right here. All right, so now we have a background for this our About Me section. And here I want to have a heading, so I'll go to add element and I'll drag in an heading into it. And also underneath the heading, we need a text. So I'll drag in a text here. And in the column to the right, we want to have an image. So I'll go to add element and I'll drag in an image, and I will select the image I want to place in there, which is an image of myself. And I'll select this and click open. I'll select, and now I have an image of myself. So I want to change this text to say about me. And for the text here, I'm going to copy this text in there, and I'm just going to paste it here. Feel free to copy this text, and you can always use them on your own website as you're testing them out. So now let's change this text color to white so that it's visible, and I want to make it a bit bolder. I'll go to typography, and under the weight I'm going to select 700. I think this works. And then I want to increase the font chart a little bit, like so. I think this is fine. And for this text, we'll also make it white. So I'm going to select these and pick white. All right. So I want to bring down this image to the edge here so that I'm not floating. And to do that, I will click the image and I'll go to advanced, and I'm going to come down to transform, offset, and the Y axis. I'm going to tone it down to the edge. So we're just going to turn it manually and make sure it's 100, and I think this is okay. We might still need to adjust it, but let's leave it like this for now. And I want to bring this text beside myself so it's not far above my head. And basically, I'm just going to use padding for that. And let's go to advanced. So I'll click on the column, go to advanced. And first I will link this padding. And for the padding top, I'll make it 266. And for the right, I'll make it 31, bottom 31, and left 31. Yeah, so this is perfect. All right, let's move on. Now I want to create the next section, which we have an image and some text describing myself. So I'm going to select this plus sign, select flexbox, and we also need two columns in this section. And first, I want to drag in an image in here. So I'll go to add element and put in this image. And also here we need an heading and some text. So you go to add element and drag in text, and also go back to add elements and drag in the text editor. And here I want to change this to learn about my vision and mission. All right. And also I'm just going to copy out the text that I'll be pasting here. So just copy it out, and you can always refer to the files to get this all this text in there and paste them if you want to use the exact text I use. And yeah, so we have these all set, and now let's put in our image here. So I'm going to upload an image of myself, which is this one, and select, and this is nice, but let's try and make it bigger. To do that, I'll go to padding. I will link this padding, unlink the merging, and also select this container and unlink the padding. So now we have our image like so. Now I want this image to come down just a little bit. So to do that, I'll use a padding on this column, and padding top, I want to make it 76, and that brings it down. So now let's add some curves at the edges of this image, and I'm going to go to style and radius. I'm going to add 30, and this looks okay. Now I think we should add some spacing around this text and justify things just a little bit so it's not too close. So they are not all too crammed up. So I'm going to select this column and I'll go to advanced, and let's add a padding of 50 and see how that goes. All right, let's add some padding at the top so it just balances up with the image. Going to unlink this, and you know what, make the padding top 70, and that just balanced things off. And also to the left we probably could add a padding of 60. Yeah, I think this looks okay. Let's make this 60. Yeah, so I think I'm happy with this. Let's see if adding some padding to the left could make things better. So let's make it 100. And yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah, so let's not waste much time on this section. I think this will do. Now let's go to the next section. I need an heading and a text underneath this heading. So I'm going to select Flexbox, and I'll just pick this direction column, and I want to add an heading and also a text. And we want this heading to be centralized, so I'll go to style and center it. And I also want this to be centralized, style, center. And I don't want this taking up the whole page, so I'll reduce the width and select custom. And I'm just going to dial this to make it 2 lines, and you want to align it to the center. So I'm going to change this text to core values, core values. All right. And for the paragraph here, I'm just going to copy and paste this text here. And voila, we are done with this section and it looks okay. So now the next section, we need 3 boxes and some text inside it. So first, I think we should create just a box first and we can duplicate it. All right, so now I have created a section, and first I want to add in a container. Or you know what, instead of creating a new section, let's add it into this section right here. So I'm going to drag in this container into this section, and inside this container I would also drag another container. So I want this container to have these 3 containers we are talking about, or we are about to design. And now let's style this container before we duplicate them into 3. And just for reference purpose, this is what we are actually trying to design here. So these 3 boxes is what we're trying to design. So let's go back and make that happen. So first, we want to change the background of this container, and I'm just going to make it a classic primary color. And inside this container, we're going to have our heading, and this heading, let's make it an heading 3. Now we can see because it's purple, so let's change it to white so we see what we are working with. And let's make it heading 4. So it's, yeah, I think this works. And we also need a text inside of it. We're going to make this text white also. So I'm going to go to text color and I'll select white. And here we want to have the text saying empowerment. So I'm just going to paste in this text here, and also this text here, we want it saying this. And now let's go ahead and duplicate this box and make them 3. So I'm going to come to this icon here and click. Okay, so we selected the direction downwards for this column. Now we need to make the direction go towards the right instead of it going downwards. And to do that, you want to select this column in question, and I'm going to select column vertical. Oh, sorry, we are going to select row horizontal because we want whatever we duplicate to go towards the right instead of them dropping vertical downwards. All right, so now I'm going to duplicate this, and you can see we have it here. But before we do that, there's something we missed. I want to have some round edges here. We don't want them sharp, so I'm going to select this column and I'll go to border, and let's add a border of 30, and now we have a rounded border. So now we can duplicate 3 times, 2 times, and now we have um 3 of them, and they are looking equal because we have worked on one. And now we can always copy this text and paste them here. So I'm going to quickly do that. I'm just going to change the heading so they don't look alike. I will leave the text as they are. I want to change this to innovation. Yeah, so now we have these three boxes and they are looking perfect. Now we want to have our footer, and this footer I want to have here would be the same footer we had on our home page, which is right here. Now, because we need the same footer that we have here on our home page, on the About Me page, and instead of repeating the design process and start having to create this same footer right here on the About Me page, there is a little trick to it. So what we can do is we can save this section so that we can always repeat it on any part of the website we want to repeat it. And to do that, we need to save it as a template, and then we come back to the About Me page and basically just import it on the About Me page. So let's do that. To do that, I'm going to go to Edit with Elementor, because I want to edit this home page where we have this footer in question. So I'm going to scroll down to the footer, and here you want to come to the middle right here on this icon, and you want to right click and select save as template. All right, and I'm just going to name it footer, and I'm going to save it. All right, so now the footer is saved, and I will cancel this. And now let's go back to the About Me page. So now we need this footer right here. And to just paste it here, we come to this icon here, and you want to click on it, and you want to select My Templates. And now here's the footer we have just saved. You just click on Insert and select Apply. And that would basically and simply just bring the footer into your page without you having to, design it right from the scratch. And the good thing is, because we have optimized this for our mobile device, you can see the footer is well optimized for the mobile device. Meanwhile, we haven't edited the other parts of the About Me page, so we are still going to get to that. But we are pretty much done with the desktop view of the About Me page, and it looks sleek. All right, now let's publish our website to make it live. And now let's quickly edit for the mobile view of the About Me page. So first, I want to reduce the font size and make it a bit smaller, and let's bring this up a bit instead of it being going downwards. So let's bring all the text upwards, and I'm going to use padding for this. So let's untick this, and padding top, I want to make it 156, and right, I'll make it 61, bottom 61, and left 61. This doesn't look good, so I'm just going to get rid of some of this padding. Yeah, I think this works fine. Or you know what? Let's bring this to the top a bit, and I think we are good with this. Mm, just try to adjust things and see what actually works for you. And I think I'm fine with this. And now this image is pretty small. Let's make it bigger by just unticking the padding here, and yeah, that increases the image. And now I'm floating, and I want this image to be up a little bit, so I'm just going to go to advanced, and you want to go to transform and offset the y-axis. I'm going to bring it up, and let me just adjust it with this dial here. Yeah, So yeah, this is nice and I love it. I love it. So now that we've optimized this particular section, and because we're going to be using it in other parts of the website, let's save this as a template so we could just import it on the other parts of the website and make our work faster. So let's select save as template, and I'm just going to save this as header section and click on save. And now we can always use this on other parts of our website. So instead of having to um, design it right from the script. So let's go back to the mobile view and make sure things are fine here. This is pretty much ugly, and I want to untick this and untick this, and let's release this. Yes, much better, but it can be better. I'm going to reduce the font, and let's add some padding to the top, make it 60, or let's make it 40. Yeah, 40 looks fine. And first, I want this text to be center aligned like so. And let's see what some padding does to both left and right. You know what? Let's get rid of the padding. Doesn't look good. Yeah, so yeah, it's a whole lot of text, but I mean, we just learn here. I want to centralize these and make it centered, and this looks okay to me. Okay, now I don't want this section starting with my image. Instead, I want it starting with the text, and then I would have the image underneath the text. To do that, I'm going to select this section, and you want to click on um, column vertical, right? Select the section here, column vertical, um, sorry, column reversed rather, because we're trying to reverse this column, bring this up and bring this down. So I'm going to select column reverse, and that will bring the text, the image downwards, and we have the text upwards. And I love this the way it is. And now the next section, let's reduce this font a little bit, and I'm going to make it 20, let's make it 30. Just going to type in 30. Also, this text, I want to make it centered, and let's increase the width like so. And this is nice. Now look at this. We need to create more room and make this text breathe. They are really suffocating right here. So let's let the pour breathe. Okay, to do that, I'm going to select the column, and we should cancel out the padding so that it has some space. And also let's give this, cancel this out also, and cancel this out. And I'm going to reduce the padding for this column also. Go to advanced, going to cancel this out, and let's give it a padding of 21 all round. So we link it with this text here. And I think this looks okay. Or let's make it 22. You know what? Let's make it 25. Yes, so 25 works fine. All right. Now, instead of, here's a little trick. Instead of having to, adjust the padding for all these two other boxes, what we can do is just copy the style from here and then paste the style here so that it inherits the style we've chosen for this box at the top here. Now here's how to do that. So you want to come to this column, right click on top of it, select copy, and now you want to come to this column here and you want to right click and select paste style. All right, so you paste style, and that would copy all the styles from this box and paste it right here. So that's a little trick you could always utilize when designing your website instead of having to repeat things um, right from the scratch. So we still have that style copied, and now I'm going to still paste this style right here. And now you can see the three boxes now have equal sizes. And that is it with the About Me page. Now it is looking pretty nice and functional. All right, so let's move on.
And now that we're done with the About Me page, it is time to design a tutorial page. Now in this tutorial page, we're going to be having the same header that we had in the About Me page, and we're also going to be having videos in this page. YouTube videos in which people can just click and it directs them to YouTube, or they could basically watch it right on your website. So let's see how we can put a video into our web page. Let's do that.
So now let's work on the next page, which is going to be the tutorial page. Let's go back to the menu, and you can see we have tutorial. So in this tutorial page, we want to have this kind of section there, and also some videos where people can watch tutorials on the website. So that is what we want to do. We have a section that has YouTube videos for people to watch. All right. So now to do that, let's go back to the back end. Remember, we need to go to, all right. So before we go, let's publish our website. Always remember to publish your website to make it live. And now let's go back to the back end. So using your URL / WP admin. I'm going to click OK, and I'll go to pages, and you want to go to tutorials and click on edit, and then edit with Elementor. And now we have a blank page for the tutorial page. So right now we want to import the template we've saved earlier on, and that is supposed to make things faster for us. So instead of creating from scratch, I'll just go to add templates, and I'll go to the templates I saved, and this here is the header section which I have saved, and I'm just going to click on insert and select apply. And now it basically just brings in this about me section which we saved earlier, and I'm just going to change this text to tutorial videos. All right, and now I want to add in a text here. I've just copied the text and I'm just going to paste it right here. So now, without much stress, we are done with the first section of the tutorial page. Next, we want to add some videos here which people can always click and watch. All right, so we're going to link in some YouTube videos right here. And to do that, I'm going to click on add, click on the plus sign, select Flexbox, and because we want this particular section floating to the right, I'm going to select the right direction rule, and now I want to import a container. All right, and in this container I want a video inside of it, so I'm going to go to add element, and you want to come right here where it says video, and you click and drag this video right inside here. Now it looks pretty big. We're going to adjust that. So first, I want this video hugging the all sides of the container here. So I'm going to select this container and go to advanced, and I'm going to cancel out the padding. So we have it hugging the whole sides. Now we need some text underneath this video, which is describing each of the videos. So I'm going to use an heading. Go to add element, and I'll drag in an heading right here. And let's make this heading 4. We don't want it too big because we are still going to duplicate um, this video box. All right, and underneath this heading, we need a button which people can click and it will take them also to the video. And I'll just drag in a button here and I'll change this text to watch video. Watch video. All right. And now let's add some rounded borders to this video. All right. And to do that, I'm going to come to, so I'm here at the advanced. So just, you have to select the video itself, not the column now. You select the video by selecting this icon, and I'll go to border. And for the border radius, I'll give the border radius of 30. And now we have the rounded corners for the video. And now where we have this heading, I'm just going to copy this text and paste it right here. And yeah, we are good. So now we need 3 of these videos on a roll, right? And to achieve that, I'm going to duplicate this column 2 times so that we have 3 of them. So duplicate once and duplicate um, 2 times. And now we have these videos right here. So if you want to add a YouTube video right here, I'm just going to quickly show you how to add a YouTube link to this video so it displays your video, the video you want someone to watch right here. So let's quickly go to YouTube and grab a link on YouTube. And I'm just going to open up a random video right here. And you want to, where it says share, you want to click on share, and you want to copy this link right here. And now let's go back to the page, select this video icon here, select the video itself, and you can see where it says link underneath the content section. I'm going to highlight and delete what we have there before, and I'm going to paste the YouTube URL we had before. And you can see now we have the thumbnail of the video we copied right here from YouTube. So when someone clicks on this video, they get to watch it. Also on this button, we also want this button to direct people to the same video. And to do that, you want to click on the button, and where it says link right here, you want to delete this hashtag here, and you want to paste the same YouTube link there, and voila, that is done. So when someone clicks on this link, they are directed to the YouTube video. So you can always repeat the same steps for the remaining videos, but for the sake of this tutorial, we're pretty much done with the desktop view of the tutorial videos. Now quickly, I'm going to edit the mobile view. So guys, that is the mobile view of the tutorial section, and I'm going to click on publish so that our website goes live. And now let's check our website. I'm going to go to my website and let's check tutorials. And now you can see we have these videos right here. And if you click on it here, you can see it displays the link for the YouTube videos I have just pasted. And if you want to watch it in full screen, you just click on the full screen icon and you just watch it normally like a normal YouTube video. Alright, so that's it for the tutorial section. Let's move on.
So now let us design the contact me page. On this contact me page, we want to have some social media icons and also a contact form so that anybody that comes to this page, they are able to fill in the form and submit with a button. Now let's design the contact me page.
So we are going to edit the contact me page. If we check it now, it is very much empty and we need to edit it. Now, here's another way to bring up Elementor on a new fresh page instead of going to the back end. So up here, you can see where it says edit page. So you want to click on it. And now you can click edit with Elementor. And that will basically bring up the Elementor on the edit on the contact me page. I beg your pardon. And first we also want to repeat the header which we have saved earlier on. So I'm going to click on add templates and go to my template and I'm going to insert this header section here. And yeah, we have this header and let's change this text, make it say contact me. And I want to put in some text here, so I'm just going to paste this text right here. So that is it about the header. And now we want a contact form right here on the contact page. So let's add in a contact form. So to add a contact form to the contact me page, there are two plugins we would need for that. We need to install these two plugins before we move on. All right. And to install this plugin, we need to go to the back end of our website. So quickly, I'm going to go to my back end by putting in my URL /wp-admin and you select plugins and select add new. And the first plugin we need is the contact 07 form. Sorry, I think it's the contact form 7. All right, I mixed up the name. So yeah, contact form 7, and you want to click on install and click on activate. All right, so the next plugin we need for this form is um it's called Essential Add-ons for Elementor. So I'm just going to type it right here, Essential Add-on for Elementor. Yeah, so came up just now. Yes, so here it is, Essential Add-ons for Elementor. So basically this plugin, we add in more options for you, more elements for Elementor, but we just need it for the contact form. And let's install it and go back to our contact page and I'll click on activate. And yeah, so I'm just going to skip, or you know what, let's select next, select the basic and click next. So I'm going to look for contact form 7 right here, and you want to turn it on. All right. So under the form styler element, you want to turn on the contact form. I'm going to click on next, going to click on next, and select enable templates, and then you select finish. All right, so tada, congratulations, and I'm going to cancel this. And now let's go back to this page and let's publish this page first, and also we'll reload it so that we'd have this add-on showing up on Elementor. All right, so now we're back, and now we can add in our form. But just before we add the form, I want to add some text on top of it and heading on top of the form. So I'm just going to create a section right here and add elements, drag in and heading, and I want some social media icons underneath this heading. So I'll go to add element, and I'm going to search for social. Yeah, so now here is social icons. I want to drag it inside of here, and it is centralized. I love it that way. And I also want this text centralized, so I'll click on the text, go to style, and click on center. And I want to change this text to "We'd love to hear from you." So I'm just going to paste that right here, and that looks fine. Now um these social icons, I want them to be just one color. So I'm going to go to style, and I'm going to change the official color to custom, and I want them all to be our secondary color, which is blue. Yes, so now we have this text, and now let's add our contact form. All right, so I'm going to go to add element, and I'm going to search for contact. Now here is the contact form oh 07 which we have installed. So you want to click and drag it into this section. And here I'm going to bring this on and select contact form 1 under the select form. And now we have our contact form right here. But this is looking very ugly, and we will need to make it look better and nicer and at least appealing to your visitors. All right, so first I'm going to select the form because we're editing the form, and I want to add a padding to the top. Let's make it padding of 60. I want this padding just at the top. I don't want it on the other sides of the form, so I'm just going to delete these, and then we have this space right at the top here. Now I'm going to go to style, and for the custom width, I'm going to go to advanced and select width and select custom, and then I'm going to adjust this and make it 40-ish, and I think 40 is fine. Yeah, so 40 is fine, but I want this form right at the center here. So I'm going to select align self and put it right there in the center. All right, so now I want to add a background color to this form, and let's make the background color, let's make it white. If we make it yellow, nah, yellow isn't nice at all. So let's just make it white. And then I'm going to scroll down here because this form fields are, hugging the edges of these elements. I don't want that. I want there to be breathing space. Um, we want it to breathe. Let them breathe. Let the paw breathe. And I'm going to add in some padding right there. So form padding, underneath the form padding, you want to add in a value of 50, and you can see this looks so nice already, and I'm loving it. And the border radius, let's add 30 as the border radius. So now border radius gives it this rounded shapes at the end, but we can't see it now because the background is white. But we need let's add in a shadow to the form, and now you can see we have the border radius showing up. This shadow is a bit harsh, so I'm just going to dial down the opacity like so, and I think I am happy with this, right? Now we should probably bring this button right to the center here, and I'm going to select submit button. Remember, we're still under the style settings of the form. So submit, and where it says alignment, you want to click on center, and that brings your button right to the center. Okay, so I'm pretty satisfied with what I have here. If you're not, you can always go ahead and adjust things to your satisfaction. All right. So that's basically how to add a contact form to your contact page. Now, last but not least for this page, we want to add up the footer, right? So we're always going to be repeating the footer on every part of our website. So I'm going to go to templates and select my templates, and this header section where we have the header, just going to select it and click on apply. And oh, what was I thinking? I'm not putting it the header, sorry. So this is a mistake, and I'm going to cancel this, and we need the footer, not the header. All right, so I'm going to insert the footer and select apply. All right, so now we have our footer, and it will be mobile optimized. And that is it for the contact me page of our website. Now, let me quickly make sure it is mobile responsive. All right. So I'm going to be skipping the tablet version for most of this tutorial because I'm going to be focusing more on the desktop and the tablet and the mobile version. I mean, you can always edit the tablet version on your own. Make sure everything is okay. I'm just trying not to make this tutorial very long. The tablet version is also important, so make sure you always work on your tablet version. All right, so yeah, we are done with the mobile view, and this looks um okay. This looks okay. All right, so when you are done, you want to click on publish and make sure you are published. And now let's check our website and see how it looks on the live website. So I'm going to go to my website and select the contact me. And now you can see this is what our contact me page looks like, and it looks pretty sleek. All right, let's move on.
So let's design the blog page. And this blog page, we're going to be calling it detectives, just like we have on our menu. All right, so on this page, people will visit this page and they will see all our articles right there. And when they click, they get to read each of the articles. So we're going to be customizing the blog post and make it legible so people can read our articles. And we're also going to be using a plugin to display all our articles on this page.
All right, so now it is time to design the tech tips page. And the intention of the tech tips page is to make it our blog page. So here people could access articles and read articles. So basically, this is going to be our blog page. So now we need to set up the blog page for the website. Now, at the moment, if I click on this tech tips, you can see it is pretty much empty. And for reference purpose, here is what it should look like. So I'm just going to check the reference website which we are working on. And if I go to tech tips here, And you can see I have this beautiful header here, and you can see I have the blocks right here, which has the title, a little description, and a button that says read more. So this is what we want to achieve on this page. And also when someone clicks on one of these articles, it basically brings them to the page where they can read these articles. So we are going to set up this page also and make sure it is user friendly and um, all set up nice and good. So let's do this. All right, so I'm going to come back here to the tech tips page, and first we want to add that beautiful header which we already saved. And to do that, just select on the edit page, and you want to select edit with Elementor. And I'm going to select this folder icon and select my template, and header section, click on insert and click on apply. And that brings the saved template right here. So I want to change this text to tech tips. And I'm just going to put in just a short text here. So I click on the text and I'm going to delete these and paste this right there. So we have this. Okay. You know what? Let's reduce this text size and make it 2 lines like so. And I think I love it better like this. All right, so now we're done with this section, and that is pretty it about that. Now we want to add this. If I go back right here, we want to have this section of the blog which shows all the articles that we have at the moment. All right. Now, this is actually done with the help of another plugin, which is called Unlimited Elements for Elementor. So we need to install this plugin on our website. So if I go to the back end of my website, so here is how you go back. Just put the wp/admin as usual, and you will be at the back end of your website. And you want to go to plugins, and you want to select add new. And I'm going to search for unlimited elements for Elementor. Yes, so here it is. You can see it has 3,000 active installations, and so this will help us to display our blog on that page. So I'm just going to click on install, and you want to click on activate. Select allow and continue. So this is for an email notification. I'm just going to, all right, so that was very fast. I couldn't skip it. All right, so yeah, that is unlimited elements for Elementor. And now let's go back to the tech tips page and let's publish this first. And now I want to reload the page so that the elements are added to my Elementor. All right, so now we are reloaded, and first I want to add a new section. I'll select Flexbox, and I'm going to select this direction column. And now let's add in the blog thumbnails right here, like we have on our reference page, just like this. All right, to do that, I'm going to go to add element, and I'll search for post block. Now the post block is not showing up here, so we need to make it show up here. All right. And to do that, I'm going to go back to the back end of my website right here. And I want to go to Essential, Unlimited Elements, and you want to select on Widgets, and you want to look for Post Block right here. So I'm going to select the Post widget, and here is the Post block. So you have to install it first, and I'll click on Install, and that has installed the post blocks. And now we can go back and reload this page. First, I'm going to publish this, and I'm going to reload. And now let's search for post blocks. Yes, so right here we have the post blocks. We have other posts elements here, but you can see they are locked, so they belong to the premium version of Elementor. So that's why we had to install this plugin right here, because it's free to use. All right, so I'm going to drag in the post block into this place, and yeah, you can see we have the blogs on our website displaying up here. So here is just a dummy blog post, which by default is always on your WordPress website. And so that we could better see how this comes up, I would publish a new post on WordPress, and then we'll come back here and see how that shows up. All right, so I'm going to go to the back end of my website, and this is how you publish a post. You go to post, and you want to select add new post. Yeah, so where it says add title, you want to add the title of your post. I'm just going to paste in a dummy post here, just so we can use that as a reference. So going to cancel this out. I'm going to add an image right here. So let's use this, and I'm going to copy some text and paste. All right, so I'm just going to click on publish and select publish, and this would basically publish this blog post. So now let's go back to the blog page, and I'm going to publish this, and I'm going to reload it so that we could see how it shows up right here as a preview. And now you can see this is the blog we publish. So it's showing up here, but I still need to make things look better. I want to make the heading a bit bolder, and this button, let's change it and customize it to our brand colors. All right, let's do that. So I'm going to select this section, and it will bring all the options for the post blogs. Now the post blogs has a lot of options you can always choose from. Now you can choose not to show the title. You can simply click this button to toggle it off and on, and now you can see we have this title right here. So there are a lot of options here. So I'm just going to select the ones that I want to work on, and we can go up with that. So you can see button text. If you want to change it to learn more, or you want to leave it as read more, we're just going to leave it as read more. And here is where you select, you change the layout and post query. If you have categories where you would want to choose your post from, you can always select them from here. But I'm just going to leave these as it is at the moment. And let's go to style. We need to style this up a bit. So I'm going to change the border radius to 30. let's change to 20. I think 30 is a bit too much, and that gives it this curved edges right here. And I think I love it. All right. And now the border width, let's add a border width of 1. So it gives it this thin border width. And it looks nice. I love it. Now I want to make this title a bit bolder. It looks small, and also this underline button, I don't want it there. So I'm going to go to title under the style option. You want to select title, and for the spacing, I'm just going to leave it as it is and go to title typography, select these, and let's increase the size. I think I think I'm fine with this. Let's change the font weight to 700 to make it bold. I think this looks okay. And what do we want to do next? All right, so we don't want this underline button right here. So let's get rid of it. You want to go to decoration and select none. So that will get rid of the underline. Now the color, let's make it our primary color. So I'm going to select this and select primary color, and we have this purple color right here. Now this button, we want to make it purple, and when we hover over it, we want it to be yellow. All right. To do that, under the style settings, you want to go to button, and you want to go to button background color. Select this, and we want to make it our primary color, and you can see we have the purple color. And where it says over, select the over state, and button background color over, you want to make it this accent color. And now we have the yellow hovering state for our background. Now we want it to have some curved edges just like we have been doing. So I want to scroll down. I'm going to close this and open it up again. And I want to look for button radius, and here it is. So I'm just going to increase it a third little bit, and I think I am fine with this. And when you hover over it, it looks pretty nice. And now I think this looks very much okay. So that is how to add these blog thumbnails to your blog website or to your blog page, as the case may be. Now, what we want to do next is set up the post page itself. Now, if I go to my reference website and I click on this post, this will take us to the post page itself. So we need to create a different header right here. So this header was created differently because it is not a transparent header. We have to create it for this post. Remember, we take this off from the settings earlier on. So now we want to make sure that this page looks exactly the way we have it here. All right. So let's do that. Now to do that, we need to go to the back end of our website once again. So you want to go to your website URL slash WP dash admin. We're just going to copy this link out so that we open that on a different page. Let's do that on a new page, and we can go to the back end of our website, and you want to go to appearance, and you want to click on customize. Right. So now let's go to tech tips so that we see what we are working on. And I'm just going to select a random post. Never mind what's showing here. This is showing up because we haven't published the page. And you know what? Let's get it published so that the new style we've applied would actually show up right here. All right. So I'm going to click on publish, and let's reload this page, and that should bring up the styles. And then we'll go to tech tips, and you can see we have the new style is here. So I'm going to click on this because we want to see how this shows up when we are reading. So by default, this is what um, the post section looks like, but we want to adjust some few things and make it look better than what we have at the moment. You can see we cannot see our logo, and this is black, so we want to make it look better. So let's do that. All right, so first I'd like for us to work on the header, and that is the menu. So to do that, let's go to the header builder, and now we want to go to site and logo, and where it says logo here, we want to install, upload our logo. So I'm going to select this logo here and select it, and I'm going to skip cropping, and now we have our logo here. Now it's white, so we can't see it just yet. And what I want to do next is change the background of this menu item here. Let's make it purple so that we can see the logo, and we can make the text white. All right. So now I'm going to go to design, and no, this is not where we want to be. I want to select this particular pencil right here so that we can select the whole header. And I'm going to go to design. Yeah, so we're here, and we want to change this color to a purple color instead of white here. We want to make it purple, and I'm just going to paste in this hex code right here. No, not this one. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to type in the hex code manually, and this is going to be 400 F78. All right. So now we have our background purple, but this logo is pretty big, very big. So let's get it reduced. I'm going to click on this pencil icon, which means we're selecting the logo, and it brings up the option to edit it. And the logo width, I'm going to dial this down, and I think I'm fine with this. And now we want to make our menu items white so that they can actually show up. I'm going to click on this pencil icon here, and it takes us to the settings for the menu item. I want to go to design, and where it says menu color, we want to change the normal state to white. So we have this white color. And for the over state, instead of this blue, we're going to go with yellow. And for that, I'm going to put in a color code of this. I think, all right, let's not go too far using the color code. Let's just use this CD9D00. Right, so when I over it, you can see we have the yellow color right there. All right, moving along, the active state. Let's still make the active state yellow. So I'm just going to paste in the same color code, which is yellow. And now an active state is going to be yellow. Right, so that is how to set up the non-transparent header for your blog, for your post page. All right, so I'm going to click on publish because we're done with the header. And next, we want to work on the layout of the post page itself. So I'm going to go back and and right here, we want to go to blog and select single post, and we are here. So now we can start to change things around and make things look the way we want them to be. All right, so here is the layout of the container, whichever way you want your blog post to appear. You can see I selected these, and now we have a very wide blog post, but that's not what we want. I think we'll just go with the narrow option, and it looks fine to me. Now we can see there's a difference between this blog area and the background of the website, which I don't like. It makes it look like there's a document on the web page. I really don't like that. I want the color blending to the background. And to do that, I'm going to publish this first, and then let's go back, and I'm going to go to the global settings, and I'll select colors, and I'm going to scroll down, and where it says site background, I want to select this, and let's make it pure white. And now you can see our post now blends in with the background. So this looks better than what we had earlier on. Right. So next, most of the time, if you like, you could leave the comment section right here so people could comment on your post. But I don't like that. I want to get rid of it because some people use it for spamming at times, and that could bug you a lot. So to remove that, you want to go to single post, and where it says comments, you want to tick this off, and that would remove the comment section. And if you want it to show related posts, you can tick this on, and you have your related posts right here. So that is one way you can achieve that. Next, um, I just want this post saying the date and not the author of the post. And to do that, you want to search for the post title area, which is this. I'm going to select this, and where we have author, I'm just going to click it, and that removes the author's name. And if you want the author to be there, you can always turn it back on. But for me, I'm going to keep mine off. And yeah, that is basically how to set up your blog post. Now let's publish this and see how it looks on the live website. So I'm going to go to my website, type in my URL, click on enter. Here is my website. Let's go to tech tips, and I'm going to scroll down. You can see we have this beautiful grid right here showing all our blog, and you want to click on your blog, and this opens up your blog page, which looks pretty much well aligned and readable. So that is basically how to set up your blog post, and I am loving this. I hope you are. Right, so now we are almost done with the designing of the whole website. If you remember, we have created all these pages, and when you click on them, you are taken to each of these pages we have designed so far. All right. Now, tech tips, we have this beautiful blog here, and the contact me, we have this beautiful form showing up right here. And when you click on this logo, it takes you back to the home page. Now, what we want to do now is linking our buttons to their respective pages. We want these buttons to always take us somewhere. Now, if we click on it, nothing happens. So we don't want that. We want when someone clicks on these buttons, we want it taking them to the respective pages we want it to take them to. And this is actually pretty much easy and straightforward. All right, so let's do that. Now let's start with the get started button. So what we want here is when a visitor clicks on the get started button, we want that visitor to be taken to the contact me page. All right. So when they click on get started, they are taken to the contact me page, and there they can always fill their form. All right. Um, so let's go to Elementor. I'm going to open the website on a fresh page so that we can open up Elementor right there. And you want to click on edit with Elementor. All right, so now I'm going to select this button, and you can see where it says link, it is pretty empty. Now, what we want to happen when someone clicks this button is for them to be directed to the about page, right? Let's go to the about page. Sorry, I beg your pardon, the contact me page. So when someone clicks on this get started button, we want it to take them to this page, the contact me page. All right. So what I will do now is I'm going to copy the URL of this contact me page right here. So you want to highlight it, select copy, and now I'll go back here, select this button, and where it says link, paste URL or type, I'm just going to paste this link which I've copied, which directs you to the contact me page, and I'm going to select publish. And now if we go to the live website and I select get started, now you see this button takes me straight up to the contact me page. So that is basically how you link all these buttons to the different pages of your website. Pretty much straightforward, right? So let's link up the rest of the buttons on our page. So here we have tutorials. I'm going to come back here and select the tutorial page, copy the URL, and go back to Elementor, select this button, delete the hashtag here, paste this link right here, and you want to click on publish. And here we have go to courses. Now we actually don't have a page for go to courses, so I'm just going to we're going to leave that blank for now, and when we have a link we take it there. All right, so let's move to tech tips. So you want to go to the tech tips page, and I'm just going to copy this URL, and you want to go back to Elementor, select this button and delete the hashtag here and paste the tech tips URL and click on publish. Now let's go to the live website and see if this works fine. All right, so we have the tutorial button here, and when I click on tutorials, you see it takes me directly to the tutorial page, which works pretty well. All right, and right here it says about Coyote, and under this we have read more. We want this read more to take us to the about me page. So here someone can get to know more about me when they click on the read more button. So I'll copy this link, copy, go to Elementor, select the read more, and I'm going to paste the link here and select publish. And expert guidance, we want this taking people to a separate link, and this link actually, so this button that says expert guidance, we can actually lead it to the tech tips page. So I'm going to go to the tech tips page, copy this link and go back and select this and paste it right there. And you can always do the rest of the buttons on your web page, and I hope we get the hang of it. So that's basically how you can add um these links to this button and make sure that they lead somewhere. So let's click on publish and make sure that these buttons now works fine. And I'm going to select get started, and you can see this works pretty okay. All right. Now let's change these and make sure that it also leads to the contact me page. So I'm going to select this, copy this, and paste it right here and select publish. All right, going to click on reload, go back home, and now all of our buttons and are pretty much linked to their various pages. All right, guys. So that is how to um, link your buttons to the respective pages of your website. It looks a complicated thing initially when you think of it, but it is very straightforward, just like you've seen. And that is it.
Congratulations for making it to the end of this video. I am super proud of you and I hope you have learned a lot. And with this basic that you have learned in this video, I hope you can design your own professional looking website. Now, if this video has been really helpful to you, please like the video, subscribe, and if you have questions, please drop them in the comment section and I'll be sure to answer them. But most importantly, do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you can get more videos like this in the future. Thank you for watching and I will see you in the next one. Bye.